The bronze gears turned with mathematical precision 2,000 years before Newton walked the earth. Stone blocks weighing 15 tons moved into place with tolerances modern engineers struggle to achieve. Light-illuminated chambers deep beneath temples where no torch should burn. Tonight, we journey through corridors lined with impossibilities. Ancient hands crafted technologies that whisper questions our textbooks cannot answer. From Mediterranean shores where corroded mechanisms hold the cosmos in their calculations, to windswept plains where massive stones dance in patterns that decode the sky itself. These are not tales of fantasy, but documented mysteries sleeping in museums and archaeological sites across our world. Real artifacts that challenge the neat timelines we've constructed about human progress. Each one a quiet rebellion against the assumption that we are the first to reach for knowledge beyond our grasp. The deeper we venture into these ancient enigmas, the more we discover that perhaps the greatest mystery isn't what our ancestors built, but what they knew that we have forgotten. Let these whispers from the distant past guide you toward rest as we explore the technologies that time should have made impossible. The Antikythera mechanism. When Greek sponge divers hauled their nets from the Mediterranean depths in 1901, they expected to find the usual harvest of the sea. Instead, their discovery would fracture our understanding of ancient capabilities and leave modern scientists grappling with an impossible timeline. Nestled among the bronze statues and marble fragments of a Roman shipwreck lay a corroded mass of metal gears, no larger than a shoebox. For decades, it sat forgotten in an Athens museum, catalogued simply as another piece of ancient debris. The true revelation came in 1951, when archaeologist Derek J. de Sola Price first glimpsed the intricate bronze gears hidden within the calcified exterior. What he found defied everything we thought we knew about ancient Greek technology. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, contains gear trains of a sophistication that wouldn't appear again in human civilization for another 1,000 years. Its bronze wheels mesh with mathematical precision, each tooth cut to exact specifications that modern machinists struggle to replicate. The device houses at least 37 meshing gears, possibly more, arranged in a configuration that transforms simple rotational input into complex astronomical calculations. Dr. Tony Freeth, leader of the Antikythera Mechanism Research Project, spent over 2 decades mapping its internal structure using advanced X-ray tomography. His team discovered something that should have been impossible. The ancient Greeks had created a mechanical computer capable of predicting eclipses, tracking planetary movements, and calculating the phases of the moon with accuracy that rivals modern astronomical software. The mathematical sophistication embedded in its gears suggests knowledge that we attributed to much later periods. The mechanism employs a 53-tooth gear meshing with a 47-tooth gear to represent the complex relationship between solar and lunar cycles. This gear ratio produces the exact 235:19 relationship discovered by the Babylonian astronomer Meton, but implemented in a way that demonstrates mechanical engineering principles we thought were invented in medieval Europe. Carbon dating places the device's creation around 100 BCE, during the height of Hellenistic civilization. Yet its technological complexity suggests a tradition of mechanical engineering that must have developed over centuries. No other artifacts of similar sophistication have survived from this period, leaving us to wonder what other marvels of ancient technology have been lost to time. The bronze inscriptions covering the mechanism's surfaces reveal an even deeper mystery. Written in ancient Greek, they describe astronomical phenomena with terminology that suggests the device was part of a broader scientific tradition. References to specific dates and eclipse cycles indicate it was calibrated for use in a particular geographic region, possibly the Greek island of Rhodes, where the astronomer Hipparchus worked. Modern attempts to reconstruct the mechanism have proven surprisingly challenging. Even with computer-aided design and precision manufacturing, engineers struggle to replicate the exact gear ratios and mechanical relationships achieved by ancient craftsmen using hand tools. The bronze gears show evidence of filing and adjustment that suggests skilled artisans fine-tuned each component to achieve optimal performance. The mechanism's front dial displays the Greek zodiac and Egyptian calendar, while its rear panels track longer astronomical cycles including the 4-year Olympic Games and the 76-year Callipic cycle. This integration of timekeeping, astronomy, and cultural events suggests the device served purposes beyond mere calculation. It may have been a teaching tool, a religious instrument, or a demonstration of technological prowess designed to inspire awe. Perhaps most intriguingly, the mechanism predicts eclipses using a sophisticated understanding of the Saros cycle, an 18-year period after which eclipses repeat with similar characteristics. The ancient Greeks would have needed detailed astronomical records spanning centuries to identify this pattern, suggesting an unbroken tradition of systematic observation and record-keeping that challenges our assumptions about ancient scientific methods. The shipwreck that preserved the mechanism tells its own story of technological exchange. The vessel carried luxury goods from across the Mediterranean, including wine amphoras from Rhodes, bronze statues from Greece, and glassware from the Levant. The mechanism likely traveled as part of this precious cargo, perhaps looted from a Greek city or gifted to a Roman patron with interests in astronomy and mechanics. Recent discoveries have added new layers to the mystery. In 2021, researchers identified additional gear fragments and decoded previously unreadable inscriptions that reference planetary movements with unprecedented precision. The mechanism appears to have tracked not just the Sun and Moon, but all 5 planets visible to the naked eye, creating a complete mechanical model of the ancient cosmos. The implications reach far beyond ancient Greece. If such sophisticated technology existed in the Mediterranean world, what other mechanical marvels might have been developed in ancient China, India, or the Americas? The Antikythera mechanism suggests that human technological capability has followed a far more complex path than our linear narratives suggest, with peaks of sophistication that were subsequently lost and rediscovered centuries later. The device also raises questions about the transmission of knowledge. The mathematical principles governing its operation appear in later Islamic and medieval European texts, but the mechanical engineering tradition seems to have vanished completely. Did other examples of ancient Greek computing technology exist? Were they deliberately destroyed, or simply lost to the ravages of time? Today, the Antikythera mechanism rests in the National Archaeological Museum of Athens, its bronze gears frozen in time. Scientists continue to probe its secrets using ever more sophisticated imaging techniques, each scan revealing new details about its construction and capabilities. Yet for all our modern analytical tools, the device retains an aura of mystery that speaks to technological achievements we're only beginning to understand. The sponge divers who first glimpsed this corroded mass of bronze could never have imagined they were retrieving a window into an ancient world of mechanical sophistication that would challenge our most fundamental assumptions about human progress. Their discovery reminds us that the past holds secrets we have yet to decipher, and that the boundary between ancient and modern may be far more permeable than we dare to believe. The Pyramids of Giza. When engineers at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology attempted to replicate the construction of the Great Pyramid using modern equipment and techniques, they discovered something unsettling. Their scaled model, built with laser-guided precision and contemporary materials, contained structural flaws that the original pyramid, constructed over 4,000 years ago, somehow avoided entirely. The numbers alone should make us pause. 2.6 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, assembled with tolerances that rival today's most sophisticated manufacturing. The pyramid's base forms a square so precise that the longest and shortest sides differ by only 2 centimeters across a distance of 230 meters. The corners align to true north with an accuracy that wasn't matched by human construction until the advent of satellite navigation. Dr. Mark Lenner, who has spent decades studying Giza, once told a gathering of archaeologists that the pyramid represents a level of organizational complexity that challenges our understanding of ancient Egyptian society. The logistics alone, transporting stone from quarries hundreds of miles away, housing and feeding an estimated 20,000 workers, coordinating the precise placement of blocks that fit together without mortar so perfectly that you cannot slip a knife blade between them. The conventional explanation centers on ramps, massive earthen ramps spiraling around the pyramid's exterior, allowing workers to drag blocks into position using copper tools, wooden rollers, and sheer human determination. Yet when archaeologists search for evidence of these ramps, they find fragments, traces that suggest something far more sophisticated than the simple inclined planes described in textbooks. French architect Jean-Pierre Houdin spent years developing computer models of the pyramid's construction, eventually proposing that the Egyptians built an internal ramp system, a spiraling corridor within the pyramid itself. His theory gained attention when thermal imaging revealed voids and density variations within the structure that align with his predictions. But even Houdin's elegant solution raises more questions than it answers. How did ancient engineers calculate the precise angles and stress distributions required for such a system without modern mathematics? The Great Pyramid's internal chambers present their own mysteries. The King's Chamber contains a granite sarcophagus that is wider than the passage leading to it, meaning it was placed during construction, not afterward. This sarcophagus, carved from a single block of Aswan granite, demonstrates tool marks that suggest the use of tubular drills capable of boring through solid granite at a rate that exceeds modern industrial equipment. Engineer Christopher Dunn noticed something else about these tool marks. The spiral grooves cut into the granite show a feed rate, the depth of cut per revolution, that would require tremendous downward pressure, combined with rotational speeds that push the limits of what stone-cutting tools can achieve. The precision suggests not just advanced tools, but an understanding of material science that we associate with much later civilizations. The pyramid's positioning adds another layer of complexity. It sits at the exact center of the world's landmass, with its meridian and parallel lines passing through more of the Earth's surface than any other location. The structure's height, when multiplied by 43,200, equals the polar radius of the Earth. The perimeter of the base, divided by the height, yields pi to several decimal places. These mathematical relationships could be coincidental, but the probability becomes increasingly remote as the correlations accumulate. The pyramid's orientation to true north is so precise that it varies by only 3/60ths of a degree, an accuracy that wasn't achieved in other constructions until the modern era. The angle of the passageways aligns with specific stars as they appeared in the ancient sky, creating a three-dimensional map of celestial mechanics frozen in stone. Recent discoveries have complicated our understanding further. In 2017, cosmic ray imaging revealed a previously unknown void within the Great Pyramid, a space the size of a passenger jet hidden above the Grand Gallery. The void's purpose remains unknown, but its existence suggests that the pyramid's internal structure is more complex than anyone imagined. The precision required to create such spaces while maintaining the structure's stability points to engineering knowledge that seems almost impossible for the supposed technological level of ancient Egypt. The acoustic properties of the pyramid's chambers have drawn attention from researchers studying ancient sound technologies. The King's Chamber resonates at a frequency that matches the Earth's heartbeat, the Schumann resonance that occurs naturally in the planet's electromagnetic field. Whether this is intentional or coincidental, the effect creates a space where sound behaves in ways that can induce altered states of consciousness, transforming the chamber into what some describe as a technological device disguised as a tomb. Perhaps most intriguingly, the pyramid demonstrates an understanding of load distribution and seismic engineering that protects it from the earthquakes that have damaged other ancient structures. The internal chambers seem to float within the pyramid's mass, isolated from external stresses by a system of relieving chambers and precisely calculated weight distribution. This engineering approaches levels of sophistication that modern architects struggle to achieve. The workforce required for such construction presents its own puzzle. Recent archaeological evidence suggests that the pyramid builders were not slaves, as popular culture depicts, but skilled craftsmen who received premium rations including meat, beer, and medical care. Yet organizing such a workforce, maintaining their health and productivity, and coordinating their efforts across decades of construction would challenge even modern project management capabilities. The tools found at Giza include copper implements, wooden rollers, and rope systems that, according to conventional archaeology, represent the pinnacle of available technology. But experimental archaeology has repeatedly failed to demonstrate how these tools could achieve the precision evident in the finished structure. The gap between the supposed methods and the actual results grows wider with each attempt at replication. The Great Pyramid stands as more than an ancient monument. It represents a convergence of mathematics, astronomy, engineering, and organizational capability that seems to emerge from nowhere in the archaeological record, reaching a level of sophistication that would not be matched for millennia, if ever. The Baghdad Battery. In 1936, a German archaeologist named Wilhelm König made a discovery in the ruins near Baghdad that would challenge our understanding of ancient capabilities. Inside a collection of what appeared to be routine artifacts, he found something that defied explanation: a series of clay jars containing copper cylinders and iron rods, arranged in a configuration that seemed impossible for their time. The objects were roughly 2,000 years old, dating back to the Parthian civilization. Yet when König examined them closely, he realized they bore an uncanny resemblance to galvanic cells, ancient batteries. The implications were staggering. If these were indeed electrical devices, they predated Alessandro Volta's invention of the modern battery by nearly 18 centuries. Each jar stood about 5 inches tall, sealed with asphalt, and containing a copper cylinder wrapped around an iron rod. The copper showed signs of corrosion, consistent with acidic exposure, while the iron bore the telltale marks of electrochemical reactions. König's initial assessment was met with skepticism from the archaeological community, but his findings would prove difficult to dismiss. The discovery raises profound questions about the technological sophistication of ancient civilizations. The Parthians, who ruled from 247 BCE to 224 CE, were known for their military prowess and trade networks, but electrical experimentation seemed far beyond their documented capabilities. Yet the physical evidence suggests otherwise. In the 1970s, German Egyptologist Arne Egebrecht decided to test König's theory. Using replicas of the Baghdad artifacts, he filled the jars with grape juice as an electrolyte and successfully generated half a volt of electricity. The experiment demonstrated that these ancient devices could indeed function as batteries, though their actual purpose remained elusive. The mystery deepens when we consider what such devices might have been used for. Some researchers propose they were employed in electroplating, a process that would explain certain anomalies found in ancient metalwork. Archaeological evidence from the region includes gold-plated objects that show remarkably even coating, difficult to achieve through conventional ancient techniques. However, the electroplating theory faces challenges. The electrical output of these devices would have been minimal, barely sufficient for the delicate work that electroplating requires. Moreover, no tools or workstations associated with electroplating have been found in conjunction with the batteries themselves. Another possibility emerges from the cultural context of the discovery. The jars were found near religious sites and may have served a ritualistic purpose. Ancient priests were known to employ various techniques to create seemingly supernatural effects during ceremonies. Mild electrical stimulation could have been interpreted as divine intervention, enhancing the mystical experience for worshippers. The location of the discovery adds another layer of intrigue. Baghdad has long been a crossroads of civilization, where knowledge from diverse cultures converged and mingled. The possibility that electrical principles were understood and applied in this region suggests a level of scientific exchange that historians are only beginning to appreciate. Modern analysis of the artifacts has revealed additional details that both support and complicate the battery theory. The copper cylinders show wear patterns consistent with repeated use, while the iron rods display oxidation that would result from sustained electrochemical activity. Yet no connecting wires or external circuits have been found, leaving the question of how the devices might have been employed. Some scholars argue that the artifacts may not be batteries at all, but rather storage containers for scrolls or other perishable materials. The asphalt ceiling would have protected contents from moisture and decay, while the metal components could have served as structural supports. This interpretation aligns with known Parthian practices of preserving important documents. The debate intensifies when we consider similar finds from other ancient sites. Electrical-like phenomena have been reported in Egyptian temples, Roman settlements, and even pre-Columbian ruins. While these discoveries haven't yielded devices as clear-cut as the Baghdad batteries, they suggest that electrical principles may have been more widely understood in the ancient world than previously thought. Archaeological evidence from the Library of Alexandria references experiments with amber and silk that produce sparks, indicating that static electricity was known and studied. Persian alchemists wrote of mysterious forces that could be harnessed through specific combinations of metals and fluids. These scattered references take on new significance when viewed alongside the Baghdad discovery. The implications extend beyond mere technological curiosity. If ancient civilizations possessed electrical knowledge, it suggests a level of scientific sophistication that was somehow lost to history. The question becomes not just what these devices were, but how such knowledge disappeared from the historical record. War and conquest may have played a role in this disappearance. The Parthian Empire faced constant pressure from Roman forces and eventually fell to the Sassanids. In such turbulent times, specialized knowledge often died with its practitioners. The Baghdad batteries might represent fragments of a larger technological tradition that was interrupted by historical circumstances. Today, the original artifacts rest in the National Museum of Iraq, though their accessibility has been limited by regional conflicts. Researchers continue to debate their purpose and significance, with new theories emerging as analytical techniques improve. Recent spectroscopic analysis has revealed traces of organic compounds within the jars, suggesting they may have contained biological materials rather than simple electrolytes. The Baghdad batteries remain one of archaeology's most intriguing puzzles. Whether they represent ancient electrical experimentation, religious artifacts, or something else entirely, they challenge our assumptions about the capabilities of past civilizations. They remind us that the path of human knowledge is not always linear, and that remarkable discoveries may lie hidden in the most unexpected places. In the quiet halls of museums and research facilities, these ancient jars continue to spark debate and wonder. They stand as testament to human ingenuity, regardless of their ultimate purpose, and invite us to reconsider what we think we know about the technological journey of our species. Stonehenge's purpose. 3 separate astronomical calculations performed by different teams of researchers all point to the same impossible conclusion. Whoever built Stonehenge possessed knowledge of celestial mechanics that wouldn't be formally discovered until the invention of the telescope, thousands of years later. The morning of the summer solstice transforms this ancient stone circle into something resembling a cosmic timepiece. As the sun rises, its light passes through the monument's massive trilithons with surgical precision, illuminating specific stones in a sequence that maps the movement of celestial bodies with startling accuracy. What makes this particularly unsettling is that the builders would have needed to understand not just the sun's path, but the complex wobble of Earth's axis over millennia. Gerald Hawkins, the astronomer who first proposed Stonehenge as a prehistoric computer, spent years feeding the monument's measurements into early IBM machines. The results suggested that these Neolithic builders had somehow encoded the prediction of lunar eclipses into the very architecture of their creation. The heel stone, positioned with mathematical precision, creates a sightline that captures the summer solstice sunrise with an accuracy that modern surveyors struggle to replicate using satellite technology. But here's where the mystery deepens beyond mere astronomical observation. Recent ground-penetrating radar has revealed that Stonehenge sits at the center of a vast underground network of structures, wooden posts, and burial chambers that stretch for miles in every direction. The arrangement suggests something far more complex than a simple observatory. It appears to be the focal point of an ancient landscape designed around principles we're only beginning to understand. The blue stones present their own puzzle. These 4-ton monuments were quarried from the Priestley Hills in Wales, over 150 miles away. For decades, archaeologists assumed they were transported by human effort, rolled on logs, and floated on rafts. But recent analysis shows that moving these stones would have required a coordinated effort involving thousands of people, sophisticated understanding of logistics, and technology that supposedly didn't exist in 3000 BCE. Timothy Darvill's excavations uncovered something even more intriguing. The blue stones contain acoustic properties that create specific resonant frequencies when struck. Each stone rings with a different tone, and together they form what appears to be a carefully tuned instrument. Sound experiments conducted within the circle reveal that the monument amplifies and focuses audio in ways that suggest its builders understood principles of acoustics that wouldn't be formally studied until the Renaissance. The sarsen stones tell a different story entirely. These local sandstone giants, some weighing over 50 tons, were shaped and positioned with a precision that defies explanation. The horizontal lintels curve slightly to follow the circle's geometry, and they're held in place by mortise and tenon joints, a sophisticated woodworking technique somehow applied to stone. The surfaces that face inward are worked smooth, while the outer faces remain rough, suggesting the builders knew exactly how the finished monument would be experienced by those inside. Carbon dating of organic materials found in the stone holes reveals construction phases spanning nearly 1,500 years. But rather than random additions, each phase demonstrates increasingly sophisticated understanding of the site's astronomical alignments. The builders weren't just maintaining a monument, they were refining a machine whose purpose becomes more mysterious with each layer of complexity we uncover. The cremated remains of over 240 individuals have been discovered on the site, but their arrangement follows patterns that connect to the monument's astronomical functions. Bodies were placed in specific locations that correspond to lunar standstills, suggesting that burial here wasn't random but part of a larger system linking human death to celestial cycles. DNA analysis shows these individuals came from across the British Isles, making Stonehenge a pilgrimage destination for an entire civilization. Modern Druids and neo-pagans gather at Stonehenge for solstice celebrations, but their practices may be closer to the original purpose than academic archaeology suggests. Electromagnetic readings taken during gatherings show unusual field fluctuations that coincide with the monument's acoustic properties. Some researchers propose that Stonehenge was designed as a healing temple, its stones selected for specific properties that interact with human consciousness in ways we're only beginning to measure. The medieval chronicles mention Stonehenge as a place where giants once walked, where Merlin transported stones through the air. These accounts, dismissed as folklore, contain details about the monument's construction that weren't verified by archaeology until the 20th century. The stories describe acoustic properties, astronomical alignments, and healing practices that suggest an unbroken tradition of knowledge about the site's true purpose. Recent discoveries at nearby Durrington Walls have revealed evidence of massive feasting and gathering, with animal bones showing that thousands of people converged here from across Britain. But the timing of these gatherings aligns precisely with astronomical events encoded in Stonehenge's architecture. The monument wasn't just an observatory, it was the center of a civilization organized around celestial cycles in ways that challenge our understanding of Neolithic society. The mathematics embedded in Stonehenge's design include precise calculations of the Pythagorean theorem, sophisticated understanding of triangulation, and knowledge of the exact length of the solar year. These calculations required observation periods spanning multiple generations, suggesting a continuous tradition of astronomical study that maintained precision over centuries without written records. Ground-penetrating radar continues to reveal new structures beneath the monument, including what appears to be a circular arrangement of deep shafts that mirror the above-ground stones. These underground features suggest that Stonehenge was designed as a connection between earth and sky, a gateway that used astronomical alignment to create something approaching a spiritual technology. The builders left no written records, no instruction manuals, no explanations for their creation. Yet their monument continues to function as they intended, marking celestial events with precision that honors both their astronomical knowledge and their deeper understanding of humanity's relationship with the cosmos. Whatever secrets Stonehenge holds, they're encoded in stone, waiting for us to develop the wisdom to understand what our ancestors knew all along. Nazca Line's enigma. Deep in Peru's southern desert, beneath the relentless sun, lies a collection of lines that shouldn't exist, not because they're impossible to create, but because their sheer scale defies every practical reason ancient peoples would have had to make them. The Nazca Lines stretch across nearly 200 square miles of barren plateau, some extending for over 30 miles in perfectly straight paths that ignore hills, valleys, and every natural obstacle in their way. Maria Ricci spent 5 decades of her life walking these lines, measuring them, mapping them. The German mathematician turned archaeologist would tell anyone who listened that the precision embedded in these massive geoglyphs represented something far more sophisticated than primitive scratchings in the dirt. When she calculated the mathematical relationships between the lines and various astronomical events, she discovered alignments that suggested the ancient Nazca people possessed knowledge of celestial mechanics that rivaled modern understanding. The spider geoglyph alone spans 150 feet. Its proportions mirror those of a real spider down to microscopic details that the naked eye cannot detect. Yet the Nazca people created this image on a scale that can only be appreciated from 1,000 feet above ground. The monkey stretches 300 feet across the desert floor. The condor extends nearly 400 feet from wingtip to wingtip. Each figure maintains perfect proportional accuracy despite being carved into uneven terrain by people who had no apparent way to view their work from the necessary altitude. Commercial pilot Eduardo Heron was conducting a routine flight over the Nazca Plateau in 1927 when he first spotted the lines from his cockpit. His radio transmissions that day described geometric patterns too large and too precise to be natural formations. When archaeologists eventually surveyed the area on foot, they found themselves walking along carefully cleared paths that seemed to lead nowhere, their destinations and origins equally mysterious. The creation process itself presents a puzzle that archaeologists still debate. The lines were formed by removing the dark, oxidized surface stones to reveal the lighter-colored soil beneath. This technique, while simple in concept, required extraordinary precision when executed across such massive distances. The straight lines deviate by no more than 4 yards across their entire length, a tolerance that modern highway engineers would find acceptable for contemporary construction projects. Carbon dating of organic materials found along the lines suggests they were created between 400 and 650 AD, during the height of the Nazca civilization. Yet the Nazca people left no written records explaining their purpose, no artwork depicting their creation, no oral traditions that survived contact with Spanish conquistadors. The lines simply exist, as if they appeared overnight without human intervention. Dr. Anthony Aveni, an archaeoastronomer who has studied the Nazca lines for over 4 decades, mapped the relationship between the lines and the movement of celestial bodies. His research revealed that many of the straight lines point toward the positions of the sun, moon, and specific stars during significant times of the year. The summer solstice, winter solstice, and equinoxes all correlate with different line orientations. But Aveni's findings raise more questions than they answer. Why would the Nazca people create a calendar system that could only be read from the sky? The water theory offers another perspective. The Nazca civilization thrived in one of the world's driest deserts, where rainfall occurs perhaps once every few years. Hydrologist David Johnson proposed that the lines might have served as a sophisticated water management system, with the cleared pathways channeling precious rainwater toward underground aqueducts. His ground-penetrating radar surveys detected water channels running parallel to many of the major lines. Yet this theory fails to explain the animal figures, which follow no logical pattern for water collection. Swiss author Erich von Däniken popularized the ancient astronaut theory in his 1968 book, Chariots of the Gods, suggesting that the Nazca lines served as landing strips for extraterrestrial visitors. While mainstream archaeology dismisses this interpretation, von Däniken's observations about the line's resemblance to modern airport runways continue to fuel speculation. The largest cleared areas at Nazca are indeed flat enough and long enough to accommodate aircraft, though no physical evidence of advanced technology has ever been found at the site. Recent discoveries have complicated our understanding further. In 2019, archaeologists using high-resolution drone imagery identified over 100 previously unknown geoglyphs scattered throughout the Nazca region. These smaller figures, some dating to 500 BC, predate the famous lines by several centuries. The older geoglyphs follow different artistic styles and construction techniques, suggesting that the tradition of creating large-scale ground art evolved over nearly a millennium. The preservation of the Nazca lines presents its own mystery. Peru's coastal desert experiences virtually no rainfall, no freezing temperatures, and minimal wind erosion. These conditions have kept the lines visible for over 1,500 years with remarkably little change. Yet climate records indicate that the region has experienced significant weather variations during this period, including extended droughts and occasional flooding from El Niño events. The line survived conditions that should have erased them centuries ago. Modern technology has revealed details that ground-based observation missed. Satellite imagery shows that many of the animal figures contain internal lines and geometric patterns invisible to aerial photography. The hummingbird geoglyph, for example, contains a series of parallel lines running through its body that create a complex internal structure. These hidden elements suggest that the Nazca lines possessed layers of meaning that we're only beginning to understand. The question of visibility remains central to the mystery. The ancient Nazca people created these massive images without any apparent means of viewing them from the necessary altitude. Some researchers propose that they developed hot air balloon technology using materials available in the desert, but no archaeological evidence supports this theory. Others suggest that the lines were created using a sophisticated scaling system that allowed ground-level artists to maintain proper proportions across vast distances. The Nazca lines continue to reveal new secrets as investigation techniques improve. Each answer, however, seems to generate additional questions about the capabilities and motivations of their creators. The precision, scale, and longevity of these ancient geoglyphs challenge our assumptions about pre-Columbian technology and leave us wondering what other achievements might lie hidden beneath the desert sands. Machu Picchu Mysteries. The master stonemasons of the 15th century created something that defies every principle we understand about construction without mortar. At Machu Picchu, granite blocks weighing up to 50 tons fit together with such precision that you can't slide a knife blade between them. The city survived earthquakes that leveled Spanish colonial buildings, yet the Inca had no wheels, no iron tools, and no written language to record their methods. When Hiram Bingham III first glimpsed those terraced walls emerging from the cloud forest in 1911, he thought he'd found the lost city of Vilcabamba. Local Quechua people had known of these ruins for generations, but the outside world remained oblivious to what may be the most sophisticated example of mountain engineering ever achieved. Bingham's photographs revealed something that shouldn't have been possible: a complete urban complex built on a knife-edge ridge 8,000 feet above sea level, where the margin for error was measured in 1,000-foot drops. The positioning alone suggests knowledge that transcends simple architectural skill. Every structure aligns with astronomical events. The Intihuatana stone, carved from a single piece of bedrock, functions as a precise sundial that tracks the sun's movement throughout the year. During the winter solstice, the sun sits directly above the pillar, casting no shadow. The Temple of the Sun's window frames perfectly capture the sunrise during the June solstice. These aren't approximations or lucky accidents. They represent calculations that required understanding celestial mechanics at a level that rivals modern astronomy. But the precision extends beyond stargazing. The stones themselves tell a story of impossible logistics. The nearest quarry capable of producing granite blocks of this size sits in the Sacred Valley, thousands of feet below and miles away. Moving a 50-ton stone up those mountain paths would challenge modern equipment. Yet somehow the Inca transported hundreds of these massive blocks up gradients that would defeat most contemporary vehicles. The cutting techniques remain equally mysterious. Each stone features perfectly straight edges and surfaces so smooth they appear polished. The corners meet at exact angles, creating structural integrity that has lasted half a millennium. Yet the Inca worked with bronze tools and stone hammers. Modern attempts to replicate their methods using period-appropriate technology have failed to achieve even crude approximations of their precision. Archaeological evidence suggests the entire complex was built in less than a century, possibly in just 50 years. The speed of construction implies a level of organization and technical mastery that seems impossible for a civilization that never developed the wheel. The builders would have needed to coordinate massive workforce movements, establish supply lines across treacherous mountain terrain, and maintain quality control that never wavered across hundreds of individual structures. The water management system demonstrates another layer of sophisticated planning. Engineers designed a network of channels, fountains, and drainage systems that still function perfectly today. Water flows from a spring above the city through 16 carefully positioned fountains, each one slightly lower than the last. The entire system operates on gravity alone, yet never floods during the rainy season or runs dry during drought periods. The builders understood hydraulic principles that weren't codified in European engineering until centuries later. Recent discoveries have complicated our understanding even further. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed hidden chambers beneath the visible structures. These subterranean spaces appear to be deliberately concealed, sealed with the same precision that characterizes the above-ground construction. What they contain remains unknown, as Peruvian authorities have restricted access to preserve the archaeological integrity of the site. The agricultural terraces present their own puzzle. The Inca constructed over 700 terraces that transform the steep mountain slope into productive farmland. Each terrace required careful engineering to prevent erosion while maximizing water retention. The soil composition varies by level, suggesting the builders understood how different crops would thrive at different elevations and microclimates. This agricultural system could still feed the population of a modern city, yet it was abandoned within a century of completion. Why was Machu Picchu abandoned? The Spanish conquistadors never discovered it, so it wasn't destroyed by European invasion. The city appears to have been deliberately evacuated around 1572, with valuable items removed and important structures sealed. The inhabitants left behind pottery, tools, and architectural elements, but took anything made of gold or silver. This suggests a planned withdrawal rather than a desperate flight. The abandonment becomes more puzzling when you consider the site's apparent importance. The quality of construction rivals anything built in Cusco, the Inca capital. The astronomical alignments indicate it served significant ceremonial functions. The defensive positioning suggests military value. Yet the inhabitants simply walked away from decades of sophisticated engineering and agricultural development. Modern analysis has revealed additional mysteries. The stone blocks show signs of vitrification, a glazing effect typically associated with extreme heat. Some researchers suggest this indicates the use of techniques that could soften granite for easier shaping. Others propose that natural geological processes created these effects over centuries. Neither explanation adequately addresses the uniform appearance of this vitrification across blocks quarried from different locations. The site's relationship to broader Inca road networks also raises questions. The Inca maintained thousands of miles of precisely engineered roads that connected every major settlement in their empire. These roads featured way stations, supply depots, and communication posts that allowed messages to travel from Ecuador to Chile in days. Yet the path to Machu Picchu remains hidden, accessible only by routes that seem deliberately obscured. Local traditions speak of the city as a place where the earthly and celestial realms intersected. The Quechua name Machu Picchu means Old Peak, but oral histories suggest this wasn't the original name. The true name, if it existed, has been lost along with the written records the Inca never created. What remains are stone walls that whisper of capabilities we're still struggling to understand, built by people who left no explanation for methods that continue to perplex our most advanced engineers. The quiet ruins keep their secrets, offering only questions wrapped in the morning mist that still rises from the cloud forest below. Easter Island, Moai. When researchers finally uncovered the buried bodies beneath Easter Island's famous stone heads in 2012, they revealed a secret that had remained hidden for centuries beneath the Pacific soil. The Moai weren't just heads at all. They were complete figures, some standing over 30 feet tall, with intricate carvings covering their torso and backs that no living person had seen. For 300 years, explorers had gazed upon what they believed were massive stone heads scattered across this remote island. Dutch navigator Jacob Roggeveen first documented them in 1722, describing the imposing faces that seemed to watch over the landscape with an eternal, stoic gaze. What none of them realized was that they were seeing only a fraction of these remarkable sculptures. The Rapa Nui people, who call their island Te Piti o Te Henua, the navel of the world, created nearly 1,000 of these monumental figures between 1250 and 1500 CE. Each moai required the quarrying, carving, and transport of volcanic tuff, weighing anywhere from 10 to 270 tons. The logistics alone challenge our understanding of what was possible with the tools and knowledge available to this isolated civilization. Dr. Pief, Joanne van Tilburg, has spent decades studying these monuments, and her excavations revealed petroglyphs covering the bodies of the buried moai, ceremonial designs, canoes, and symbols that speak to a sophisticated understanding of their world. The carvings suggest these weren't just monuments but repositories of cultural knowledge, each figure serving as a three-dimensional record of Rapa Nui civilization. The quarry at Rano Raraku holds the most profound mysteries. Nearly 400 moai remain there, in various stages of completion. Some lie on their sides, others stand upright with only their heads visible above ground. The excavation team discovered that many of these figures had been intentionally buried over time, their bodies carefully covered with layers of sediment and stone. What emerges from the archaeological record is a picture of remarkable engineering sophistication. The moai weren't randomly placed. They align with astronomical events, mark water sources, and create sightlines across the island's landscape. The 7 moai at Ahu Tongariki, restored in the 1990s, face inward toward the island rather than out to sea, suggesting their purpose was to watch over and protect the living rather than to ward off external threats. The question of transportation has puzzled researchers for generations. How did the Rapa Nui move these massive sculptures from the quarry to their final positions, sometimes spanning distances of several miles across uneven terrain? Traditional theories proposed wooden rollers, ramps, and vast teams of workers, but in 2012, archaeologists Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo demonstrated something extraordinary. Using historical accounts and computer modeling, they showed that the moai could have been walked upright to their destinations. By attaching ropes to the heads and rocking the statues forward in a coordinated motion, small teams could transport even the largest moai without wheels or beasts of burden. The statue's design, with their weight distribution and center of gravity, seems intentionally engineered for this type of movement. Local Rapa Nui oral traditions support this theory. Their legends speak of the moai walking to their platforms under their own power, guided by the spiritual energy of their ancestors. When viewed through this lens, the scattered moai along the island's roads aren't abandoned sculptures, but figures that fell during their journey, unable to complete their final walk to their ceremonial platforms. The precision of the moai's construction reveals sophisticated knowledge of carving techniques and stone properties. Each figure required approximately a year to complete, carved with stone tools called toki, made from harder basalt. The sculptures show evidence of different carving styles and techniques, suggesting specialized schools of craftspeople working across generations. Carbon dating of organic materials found in the carved deposits reveals that the moai creation and transport activities continued for over 2 centuries. This wasn't a brief cultural flourishing, but a sustained technological and artistic achievement that spanned multiple generations of skilled artisans. The mystery deepens when examining the moai's relationship to water. Recent studies using ground-penetrating radar and hydrogeological analysis found that the placement of many moai corresponds directly to freshwater sources. The sculptures appear to mark the locations of aquifers and springs, suggesting they served as monuments to the island's most precious resource. Dr. Van Tilburg's team discovered that the platforms, or ahu, where the moai stand, also contain sophisticated engineering. These structures, built without mortar, have withstood centuries of earthquakes and tsunamis. The stonework displays knowledge of weight distribution, drainage, and seismic resistance that rivals contemporary engineering standards. The red stone crowns, or pukao, that top some moai present their own transportation puzzle. Quarried from a different location than the bodies, these multi-ton top knots were somehow lifted and placed with precision. Recent analysis suggests they may have been rolled up earthen ramps that were later removed, leaving no trace of how this seemingly impossible feat was accomplished. The moai's eyes, discovered during restoration work, were originally inlaid with white coral and red stone pupils. When archaeologists reconstructed these eyes on a single moai in 2018, the transformation was startling. The living gaze that emerged suggested these weren't merely monuments but were intended to be seen as animated beings, watching over the island's inhabitants with perpetual vigilance. Perhaps most intriguingly, the moai represent only the visible portion of a more complex cultural system. The Rapa Nui people developed one of the world's few indigenous writing systems, called rongo rongo, which appears on some moai and wooden tablets. This script remains largely undeciphered, but preliminary analysis suggests it records genealogies, astronomical observations, and ceremonial instructions. The decline of moai construction coincides with environmental changes on the island, but recent research suggests the story is more complex than simple ecological collapse. The moai themselves may have been part of a sophisticated resource management system, marking not just water sources but territorial boundaries and agricultural zones. As excavation continues, each season brings new discoveries that challenge our assumptions about these remarkable sculptures. The Moai of Easter Island stand as testament to human ingenuity in one of the world's most isolated locations, their buried secrets still emerging from the volcanic soil that has protected them for centuries. The Voynich manuscript. In 1912, a rare book dealer named Wilfrid Voynich discovered something that would torment scholars for over a century. Hidden within the archives of Villa Mondragone, an Italian Jesuit college, lay a manuscript unlike anything the academic world had ever encountered. Its pages contained an entirely unknown script, paired with botanical illustrations of plants that don't exist on Earth. The book appeared medieval, its vellum pages carefully crafted from calfskin, its inks bearing the chemical signatures of centuries past, yet everything about its contents defied classification. The text flowed in neat lines across 240 surviving pages, written in an alphabet that resembled no known language system. The illustrations were equally puzzling. Detailed drawings of women bathing in green pools, connected by elaborate pipe systems, astronomical charts featuring unfamiliar constellations, and botanical studies of impossible flora. Carbon dating eventually placed the manuscript's creation between 1404 and 1438, somewhere in Central Europe. But knowing when it was made only deepened the mystery. Who possessed the knowledge to create such an elaborate work? What civilization produced this unknown writing system? And why, after 6 centuries, does it remain completely unintelligible? The manuscript's journey through history reads like a treasure map of Renaissance intellectuals. Records suggest it once belonged to Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II, who reportedly paid 600 ducats for it, equivalent to roughly $50,000 today. The astronomical sum indicates someone believed this book contained knowledge of extraordinary value. From Rudolph's court, the manuscript passed to Jacobus Horsecki, a Czech cryptographer, then to Athanasius Kircher, a German Jesuit scholar renowned for his work on ancient languages. Each owner attempted to unlock its secrets. Each failed. Modern codebreakers have applied every conceivable technique to the Voynich text. During World War II, William Friedman, the cryptographer who broke Japan's diplomatic codes, spent years analyzing its patterns. He assembled a team of experts who dissected every character, searching for mathematical relationships that might reveal an underlying language structure. They found patterns, but patterns that led nowhere. The text exhibits statistical properties consistent with natural language. Certain symbols appear more frequently than others, and character combinations follow rules that seem linguistic rather than random. Yet these patterns refuse to resolve into meaning. Computer analysis has revealed even stranger characteristics. The manuscript's entropy, the measure of information density in its symbols, falls within the range of natural languages, but when subjected to phonetic analysis, assuming the symbols represent sounds, the resulting words follow no recognizable linguistic conventions. Dr. Gordon Rugg of Keele University proposed that the manuscript might be an elaborate hoax, created using Renaissance-era techniques to generate convincing gibberish. He demonstrated that a person using a specialized grid system could produce text with similar statistical properties to the Voynich script. The method would explain the manuscript's linguistic-seeming patterns while accounting for its ultimate meaninglessness. Yet Rugg's theory faces significant challenges. The manuscript's illustrations show remarkable consistency and detail that suggest genuine botanical or astronomical knowledge. The astronomical charts, while featuring unknown constellations, follow sophisticated organizational principles. The pharmaceutical sections display plants with anatomically correct root systems and flowering patterns, even though the plants themselves don't exist in nature. More troubling for the hoax theory is the manuscript's internal consistency. Cross-references between sections suggest the creator possessed a comprehensive understanding of whatever system they were documenting. Different sections use consistent terminology. If the symbols represent real concepts, the creator maintained their meaning across hundreds of pages. Recent computational analysis has identified what appears to be a second hand in the manuscript's creation. This suggests collaboration between at least 2 individuals, making an elaborate hoax more complex and expensive to execute. Medieval forgeries typically involved single documents, not comprehensive illustrated codices requiring months or years of careful work. The botanical illustrations present their own enigma. While the plants don't match any known species, they aren't random fantasies either. Each illustration shows detailed attention to root systems, leaf arrangements, and flowering patterns that suggest genuine botanical knowledge. Some researchers have proposed that the plants represent extinct species, lost varieties of common herbs, or flora from an unknown geographic region. The manuscript's astronomical sections are equally perplexing. The charts show zodiacal medallions with labels in the mysterious script, but many contain more than the traditional 12 signs. Some diagrams feature elaborate calendrical systems with unclear connections to known astronomical traditions. Perhaps most intriguingly, the manuscript contains what appears to be pharmaceutical information. Sections show women interacting with the mysterious plants, often in pool-like structures connected by pipe networks. These images suggest the manuscript documents medical or alchemical practices, but practices following unknown principles. Dr. Lisa Fagan Davis, a medieval manuscript expert, has noted that the Voynich Codex exhibits characteristics of legitimate medieval scientific texts. Its organizational structure, illustration placement, and text-to-image ratios match contemporary medical and botanical manuscripts. If it's a forgery, it's one executed with extraordinary knowledge of medieval bookmaking traditions. The manuscript's current home at Yale University's Bianca Library has made high-resolution scans available to researchers worldwide. This democratization of access has spawned new theories monthly. Amateur cryptographers, professional linguists, and artificial intelligence researchers continue mining its pages for clues. Some investigators have proposed that the manuscript represents a lost Romance language, written in a unique script. Others suggest it documents the medical practices of a secretive religious order, encoded to prevent persecution. A few researchers have even proposed extraterrestrial origins, though such theories lack supporting evidence. The Voynich manuscript remains what cryptographers call a perfect cipher. If it contains encoded information, the encoding method was so sophisticated that centuries of analysis have failed to crack it. If it's meaningless, it represents perhaps the most elaborate and expensive practical joke in history. As artificial intelligence grows more sophisticated, new analytical techniques may finally unlock the manuscript's secrets. Or perhaps continued analysis will confirm that some mysteries are designed to remain mysterious, created not to reveal knowledge, but to demonstrate the limits of human understanding. The Codex rests in its climate-controlled case, its pages still whispering secrets in a language that exists nowhere else on Earth, waiting for someone clever enough to finally understand what it's trying to say. Göbekli Tepe. When German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt first encountered the weathered stone circles emerging from a hillside in southeastern Turkey, he assumed he was looking at medieval grave markers. The year was 1994, and Schmidt was conducting a routine survey of ancient sites. What he had actually stumbled upon would force historians to reconsider everything they thought they knew about human civilization. The site is called Göbekli Tepe, which translates to Potbelly Hill in Turkish. Carbon dating has revealed that these massive stone structures were erected around 9,500 BCE, nearly 7,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 years before the pyramids, and most remarkably, before the advent of agriculture, pottery, or even the wheel. According to conventional archaeological wisdom, nomadic hunter-gatherers of this period lacked both the social organization and technical capability to construct monumental architecture. Yet here stands undeniable evidence to the contrary. The excavated portions reveal at least 20 massive stone circles, each composed of T-shaped limestone pillars that tower up to 18 feet in height and weigh as much as 16 tons. The pillars aren't crude markers hastily erected by primitive peoples. They're precisely carved with intricate reliefs depicting scorpions, vultures, wild boar, foxes, and serpents. Some bear abstract symbols that may represent humanity's earliest attempts at written communication. Schmidt spent the remainder of his career at Göbekli Tepe, and his findings consistently challenged academic orthodoxy. The site's construction would have required coordinated labor from hundreds of workers over extended periods. The quarrying, transportation, and precise placement of these massive stones demanded sophisticated engineering knowledge and social structures that weren't supposed to exist for millennia. Ground-penetrating radar surveys suggest that what's been excavated represents less than 5% of the total complex. The majority of Göbekli Tepe remains buried, potentially hiding dozens of additional circles and thousands more carved pillars. The German Archaeological Institute estimates that complete excavation would require another 150 years of continuous work. Perhaps most puzzling is what happened to Göbekli Tepe around 8000 BCE. The site wasn't abandoned gradually or destroyed by invaders. Archaeological evidence indicates that the entire complex was deliberately buried under tons of soil and stone. This wasn't natural erosion or accidental covering. Someone made a conscious decision to entomb one of humanity's greatest early achievements. The animal carvings themselves present another mystery. The creatures depicted, lions, leopards, aurochs, and various birds of prey, weren't merely decorative choices. These were the apex predators and most dangerous animals that early humans encountered. Some researchers suggest the pillars represent a kind of bestiary, a catalog of the natural world's most fearsome inhabitants. Others propose they served as totems or guardians, protective spirits watching over ancient rituals. The site's orientation adds another layer of complexity. The circular structures align precisely with celestial events, suggesting that the builders possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge. The layout appears designed to track the movements of stars and constellations, particularly the constellation Cygnus, which would have been prominent in the northern sky during the site's construction period. Dr. Martin Sweatman from the University of Edinburgh has proposed that one of the pillars, known as the Vulture Stone, functions as a primitive star map documenting a catastrophic cosmic event. His analysis suggests the carvings record the impact of comet fragments around 10,950 BCE, an event that may have triggered the Younger Dryas period, a sudden return to Ice Age conditions that lasted over 1,000 years. This interpretation, while controversial, addresses one of Göbekli Tepe's persistent mysteries. Why would hunter-gatherers invest enormous resources in permanent stone structures when their lifestyle was inherently mobile? If the site commemorates or attempts to predict catastrophic cosmic events, it transforms from a simple religious complex into an early warning system, humanity's first attempt at long-term survival planning. The technology required for Göbekli Tepe's construction also defies conventional timelines. The precision of the stone cutting and the ability to transport massive blocks across rough terrain suggests the existence of advanced tools and techniques that have left no other archaeological trace. Some pillars show evidence of being quarried using methods that weren't supposed to be developed for thousands of years. Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. In 2018, researchers uncovered evidence of a sophisticated water management system beneath the site. Channels, cisterns, and drainage systems snake through the underground portions of the complex, suggesting that Göbekli Tepe served functions beyond religious ceremony. The water features may have been essential for accommodating the large gatherings that the site's construction implies. The human remains found at Göbekli Tepe tell their own story. Skull fragments show evidence of excarnation, deliberate removal of flesh from bones, possibly as part of burial rituals. This practice, combined with the site's apparent focus on predatory animals, suggests that death and its aftermath held central significance for Göbekli Tepe's builders. Modern attempts to replicate the site's construction methods have largely failed. Even with contemporary tools and machinery, moving and precisely placing stones of this size presents significant challenges. The ancient builders accomplished this feat using only the technology available to hunter-gatherer societies 12,000 years ago. The deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe around 8000 BCE coincides with the gradual shift from hunter-gatherer societies to agricultural communities in the region. Some researchers propose that the site's abandonment reflects a fundamental change in human consciousness, the transition from viewing themselves as part of the natural world to seeing themselves as separate from and dominant over it. Klaus Schmidt, who died in 2014, spent his final years grappling with Göbekli Tepe's implications. He often remarked that the site forced archaeologists to reconsider not just the timeline of human development, but the very nature of human motivation and capability. Here was proof that our ancestors possessed both the vision and the skill to create monuments that would endure for millennia, even as they maintained lifestyles we consider primitive. The mystery of Göbekli Tepe continues to unfold with each excavation season. Each newly revealed pillar, each decoded symbol, each architectural detail adds to a puzzle that challenges our understanding of human history. The site stands as a testament to the sophistication of our species' earliest civilizations, and a reminder that the ancient world still holds secrets that may fundamentally alter our perception of the human story. The Terracotta Army. When archaeologists broke through the earth in 1974, they expected to find water for a drought-stricken village. Instead, they unearthed what would become one of the most extraordinary discoveries in human history. Thousands of life-size clay warriors emerged from the Chinese soil, each one unique, each one standing in perfect formation after more than 2 millennia underground. The Terracotta Army of Emperor Qin Shi Huang represents something far more complex than an elaborate burial practice. These aren't mere sculptures, they're a frozen moment in time, a military force crafted with precision that challenges our understanding of ancient Chinese capabilities and beliefs about death itself. 3 farmers digging a well in Xi'an stumbled upon fragments of pottery that would lead to the excavation of over 8,000 individual figures. Each warrior stands roughly 6 feet tall, weighs about 400 pounds, and displays facial features so distinct that no two are identical. The mathematical impossibility of creating such individuality by chance suggests a level of organization and artistic sophistication that historians are still trying to comprehend. The technical mastery required to produce this army defies simple explanation. Each figure was constructed using a sophisticated assembly line process that somehow maintained artistic individuality while achieving massive scale. The warriors were built from the ground up, feet first, then legs, torso, arms, and finally heads. The clay mixture itself contained specific minerals that have preserved these figures for over 2,000 years, a formula that modern ceramicists struggle to replicate with the same longevity. What makes this discovery particularly unsettling is the level of detail that serves no apparent purpose. Hidden beneath armor, artisans carved intricate designs on the warriors' bodies that would never be seen. The soles of their shoes contain tread patterns, hair is braided in styles that correspond to actual military ranks from the Qin dynasty. This obsessive attention to unseen details suggests a belief system that went far beyond mere craftsmanship. The army's arrangement follows military protocols with disturbing precision. Infantry units, cavalry, archers, and command structures are positioned exactly as they would have been in actual battle formation. The warriors face east, toward the territories Qin Shi Huang conquered during his lifetime. Their weapons, spears, swords, crossbows, were real, crafted from bronze, and remarkably well preserved. Many of these weapons still held their sharp edges when discovered, thanks to chromium plating techniques that weren't supposed to exist until the 20th century. The emperor's tomb itself remains largely untouched, creating one of archaeology's most tantalizing mysteries. Ancient Chinese historian Sima Qian described the burial chamber as containing rivers of mercury, mechanized crossbows designed to kill intruders, and a ceiling decorated with precious stones representing the night sky. Soil samples from the area show mercury levels 100 times higher than normal, suggesting Sima Qian's account might be accurate. Ground-penetrating radar and other modern techniques have confirmed the existence of a vast underground complex beneath the tomb mound. The chamber appears to be intact, but Chinese authorities have prohibited excavation, citing concerns about preservation technology and respect for the dead. This official reluctance has sparked decades of speculation about what secrets the tomb might contain. The purpose of the Terracotta Army extends beyond simple burial accompaniment. These warriors were meant to serve the emperor in the afterlife, but their creation required resources that nearly bankrupted the newly unified Chinese empire. Over 700,000 workers contributed to the tomb's construction over 36 years. The sheer scale suggests the emperor believed his afterlife would require an actual military force, not merely symbolic protection. Recent discoveries have revealed the army's true scope. Beyond the main warrior pits, archaeologists have found cavalry units, a command center, and even terracotta musicians and acrobats. The complex includes actual horse skeletons buried alongside clay horses, blurring the line between symbolic and literal preparation for the afterlife. Bronze chariots, scaled to half-size but fully functional, demonstrate mechanical engineering that rivals modern techniques. The faces of the warriors present their own mystery. While mass-produced, Each displays individual characteristics that suggest they were modeled after real people. Some theories propose that actual soldiers served as models, while others suggest the artisans drew from a vast catalog of facial features and expressions. The psychological impact of standing among these figures is profound. Visitors frequently report feeling watched, as if the army maintained some form of awareness. The preservation of the terracotta army has proven surprisingly fragile. Many warriors showed traces of bright paint when first excavated, but exposure to air caused these colors to fade within hours. The clay itself begins to crack and crumble when exposed to modern atmospheric conditions, forcing archaeologists to develop new preservation techniques as they work. This delicate balance between discovery and destruction adds urgency to every excavation. The emperor's obsession with immortality permeates every aspect of the tomb complex. Historical records indicate he consumed mercury-based elixirs believing they would grant eternal life. The irony that these very substances likely poisoned him adds a tragic dimension to the massive preparations for his afterlife. The terracotta army stands as a monument to humanity's eternal struggle against mortality. Crafted by a man who refused to accept the inevitability of death, modern technology continues to reveal new secrets about the army's construction. 3D scanning has shown that while the warriors appear individually crafted, they were actually assembled from a limited number of standardized parts combined in countless variations. This discovery suggests an understanding of mass production principles that wouldn't be formally recognized in the West for another 2,000 years. The terracotta army remains one of archaeology's most compelling mysteries, not just for what it reveals about ancient Chinese civilization, but for what it suggests about human nature itself. These thousands of clay soldiers represent an emperor's refusal to face death alone, a civilization's commitment to impossible projects, and humanity's enduring belief that somehow, through art and dedication, we might overcome our own mortality. The Bimini Road. In September 1968, a French diving instructor named Dmitry Rebikov descended into the crystal-clear waters off North Bimini Island, expecting nothing more than another routine underwater survey. Instead, he discovered something that would ignite decades of heated debate among archaeologists, geologists, and lost civilization theorists. Stretching across the seafloor, approximately 18 feet beneath the surface, lay what appeared to be a perfectly straight pathway of massive limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, arranged with geometric precision that seemed to defy natural formation. The structure extends for nearly half a mile in a remarkably straight line before curving into what resembles a harbor or enclosed area. These aren't scattered rocks or coral formations shaped by millennia of ocean currents. These are enormous, rectangular stone blocks, some measuring up to 16 feet in length and 10 feet in width, fitted together with joints so precise they mirror the construction techniques found in ancient megalithic sites worldwide. Marine archaeologist Dr. William Donato has spent over 30 years studying the Bimini Road, documenting its features with the meticulous care of someone who understands the weight of extraordinary claims. His underwater surveys reveal tool marks on several blocks, evidence of quarrying and shaping that natural erosion simply cannot produce. More intriguingly, he's identified what appears to be a sophisticated harbor complex, complete with breakwaters and curved protective walls that would have required advanced engineering knowledge to construct. The timing of this discovery couldn't have been more provocative. Just 2 years earlier, the renowned psychic Edgar Cayce had predicted that remnants of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. Cayce's followers seized upon Rebikov's discovery as validation of their beliefs, claiming the road represented the first tangible evidence of the lost civilization. This connection has unfortunately overshadowed the legitimate archaeological questions the structure raises, creating a polarization that has hindered serious scientific investigation. Skeptics, led by geologist Eugene Shin, argue that the Bimini Road is nothing more than fractured beach rock, a natural limestone formation created by the cement-like bonding of sand and shells in an ancient shoreline environment. Shin's team conducted core samples in the 1970s, finding no evidence of artificial construction or materials that would indicate human involvement. They point to similar formations throughout the Caribbean, arguing that the rectangular appearance results from natural joint patterns in the limestone. Yet this explanation struggles to account for several disturbing anomalies. The blocks show consistent thickness and remarkably uniform spacing, with gaps that seem deliberately calculated rather than randomly fractured. More puzzling still, several blocks appear to have been moved from their original positions, with clear evidence of displacement that doesn't match typical patterns of natural breakage or tectonic activity. Some blocks rest atop others, creating a layered structure that suggests either multiple construction phases or complex geological processes that geologists haven't adequately explained. Dr. Greg Little, who has conducted extensive sonar mapping of the area, has identified what he believes are additional structures beyond the main road. His surveys reveal rectangular and circular formations scattered across the seafloor, including what appears to be a massive stone platform and several smaller pathways branching off from the main structure. These discoveries expand the potential scope of the site far beyond a simple linear formation, suggesting either a much more complex natural process or evidence of substantial human construction. The geological timeline adds another layer of complexity. If the Bimini Road is indeed artificial, it would have been constructed when sea levels were significantly lower, placing its creation at least 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. This timeline predates known advanced civilizations in the Americas by several millennia, challenging conventional archaeological chronologies and raising uncomfortable questions about the sophistication of prehistoric cultures. Carbon dating of material found within the structure has produced conflicting results. Some samples suggest formation periods consistent with natural beach rock development, while others indicate much older dates that align with post-glacial sea level changes. The inconsistency in dating results has provided ammunition for both sides of the debate, with critics questioning sampling methodologies and proponents arguing for selective data interpretation. Local Bahamian folklore adds an intriguing cultural dimension to the mystery. Elder residents speak of the Old Road with a familiarity that suggests generational knowledge passed down through oral tradition. They describe the structure as a pathway used by the ancients who lived in the area before the waters rose. While oral traditions must be evaluated carefully, the consistency of these accounts across different families and communities suggests a cultural memory that extends far beyond the 1968 discovery. The political and economic implications of the site have complicated research efforts. The Bahamian government has been cautious about endorsing theories that could attract treasure hunters or amateur archaeologists, while remaining open to legitimate scientific investigation. Tourism interests see potential value in the mystery, but worry about the site becoming associated with fringe theories that might damage the region's reputation for serious diving and marine research. Recent advances in underwater archaeology technology have opened new possibilities for definitively resolving the Bimini Road debate. High-resolution multi-beam sonar, underwater ground-penetrating radar, and new dating techniques could provide the definitive evidence needed to settle the question of artificial versus natural origin. However, funding for such comprehensive studies remains limited, partly due to the site's controversial reputation and the perception that it represents pseudo-archaeology rather than legitimate research. The broader implications of the Bimini Road extend beyond questions of Atlantis or lost civilizations. If proven artificial, the structure would represent evidence of sophisticated maritime engineering capabilities in prehistoric America, fundamentally altering our understanding of early human technological development. Even if ultimately determined to be natural, the site serves as a crucial reminder of how much we still don't understand about geological processes and the complex ways natural forces can create seemingly impossible formations. Perhaps the most honest assessment of the Bimini Road is that it remains genuinely unresolved. Neither the artificial nor natural explanations fully account for all the observed evidence, leaving us with a mystery that continues to challenge our assumptions about the past and our methods for understanding it. The Ark of the Covenant, in 587 BCE, as Babylonian forces closed in on Jerusalem, something vanished from the Holy of Holies that would spark one of history's most enduring searches. The Ark of the Covenant, a golden chest containing the stone tablets of the Ten Commandments, disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only whispers of its power and an endless trail of theories about where it might rest today. For centuries, this sacred artifact had been the beating heart of Israelite worship, described in extraordinary detail within biblical texts. The specifications read like an ancient engineering manual. Acacia wood overlaid with pure gold, crowned with 2 cherubim whose wings stretched across its mercy seat. But the ark was far more than ornate religious furniture. According to Scripture, it crackled with divine energy, struck down those who touched it improperly, and possessed abilities that sound remarkably like advanced technology to modern ears. The biblical accounts describe phenomena that make scientists pause. When the Israelites carried the ark before them, walls crumbled at Jericho. When the Philistines captured it, devastating plagues swept through their cities until they returned it in desperation. Most intriguingly, the ark was said to facilitate direct communication with the divine. Moses spoke to God from above its mercy seat, receiving answers that guided an entire nation through the wilderness. Dr. Robert Beckwith, a biblical scholar at Oxford, spent decades analyzing these descriptions. His research revealed consistent patterns in how the ark affected its surroundings. Metal objects in its vicinity became charged with power. Those who approached it described sensations of electricity in the air. The gold-covered wooden structure, he noted, shares characteristics with early electrical devices, a conductor surrounding an insulator, creating what amounts to a massive capacitor. But the ark's disappearance remains as puzzling as its reported abilities. The last definitive biblical mention places it in Solomon's temple, where it resided in the innermost sanctuary for nearly 4 centuries. Then, silence. No record exists of its capture, destruction, or removal during the Babylonian siege. It simply wasn't there when the conquerors arrived. Some scholars believe the prophet Jeremiah, foreseeing Jerusalem's destruction, orchestrated the ark's removal. According to 2 Maccabees, Jeremiah took the ark to Mount Nebo, where Moses had died, and sealed it in a cave that would remain hidden until God gathered his people together again. The text suggests Jeremiah deliberately obscured the location, ensuring the ark would remain lost until the appointed time. Others point to King Josiah's actions decades before the Babylonian invasion. In 621 BCE, during his religious reforms, Josiah ordered the Levites to return the ark to the temple, implying it had been moved elsewhere for safekeeping. Some historians theorize that Josiah, sensing coming danger, had the ark hidden in a secret chamber beneath the Temple Mount, a chamber that might remain sealed today. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church makes perhaps the most audacious claim. In the ancient city of Aksum, they maintain that the Queen of Sheba brought the true ark to Ethiopia after her visit to King Solomon. The Church of St. Mary of Zion allegedly houses the artifact, guarded by a single monk who alone may look upon it. Western scholars remain skeptical, but the Ethiopian tradition persists with unwavering conviction, supported by oral histories stretching back millennia. Archaeological evidence provides tantalizing hints, but no definitive answers. In 1981, excavations beneath the Temple Mount uncovered evidence of massive chambers carved into bedrock, spaces large enough to hide sacred objects. Israeli archaeologist Dr. Eilat Mazar has documented extensive tunnel systems beneath Jerusalem, some sealed for over 2,000 years. Yet political and religious sensitivities make comprehensive exploration nearly impossible. The Copper Scroll, discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, lists hiding places for temple treasures with cryptic precision. One entry describes a golden chest buried beneath the Valley of Acre, a location that has never been definitively identified. The scroll's authors clearly expected these treasures to be recovered, suggesting they believed the ark's location was known to initiates who died before passing on their secrets. Modern technology has added new dimensions to the search. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed anomalies beneath sites from Jerusalem to Ethiopia, but excavation remains forbidden or impractical. Satellite imagery has identified structures in remote locations that match descriptions from ancient texts. In 2020, researchers using electromagnetic scanning detected metallic objects of significant size beneath the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, findings that have yet to be investigated. The ark's rumored abilities continue to fascinate researchers who study ancient technology. If the biblical descriptions are accurate, the artifact demonstrates understanding of principles we associate with modern electronics. The gold covering would create a Faraday cage effect, containing electromagnetic fields within the wooden structure. The cherubim, positioned as they were, could have formed a primitive antenna array. Some theorists suggest the ark might have been a communication device, using principles we're only beginning to understand. Dr. Maurice Chatelain, former NASA communications engineer, analyzed the ark's specifications from an engineering perspective. His calculations suggest the artifact could have functioned as a sophisticated electrical device, capable of storing and discharging significant amounts of energy. The gold-to-wood ratio, the precise dimensions, even the positioning of the cherubim, all align with principles of electromagnetic theory. Yet for all the scholarly speculation and technological analysis, the ark remains elusive. Perhaps it rests in an Ethiopian church, guarded by traditions older than recorded history. Perhaps it lies beneath Jerusalem, waiting in chambers sealed by prophets who foresaw destruction. Or perhaps it was destroyed long ago, its power scattered to the winds of time. The search continues in libraries and laboratories, in desert caves and ancient churches. Each new discovery, whether archaeological artifact or electromagnetic anomaly, adds another piece to a puzzle that may never be complete. The Ark of the Covenant remains what it has always been, a bridge between the known and unknowable, between ancient wisdom and modern understanding, between the sacred and the scientific. In the end, the Ark's greatest mystery may not be its location, but its very nature, a reminder that some secrets of the past still wait to reshape our understanding of what our ancestors knew and what they were capable of creating. Dendera light bulb. Deep within the temple complex of Dendera, about 60 kilometers north of Luxor, lies a carving that has split academic opinion for over a century. The relief, etched into stone walls that have stood for 2 millennia, shows figures holding what appear to be elongated bulbs connected to braided cables. The resemblance to modern electrical lighting is so striking that even casual observers pause in recognition. The temple itself was built during the Ptolemaic period, around 100 BCE, though it stands on foundations far older. Within its sacred chambers, Egyptian artisans created detailed reliefs depicting religious ceremonies, astronomical observations, and what conventional archaeology interprets as mythological scenes. Yet this particular carving challenges that interpretation in ways that continue to perplex researchers. The controversial relief spans several meters across the southern wall of the temple's basement chambers. It depicts human figures manipulating large bulbous objects that extend from lotus flowers. These objects are undeniably bulb-shaped, with what appears to be a filament or serpentine form contained within. More intriguingly, braided cables seem to connect these bulbs to a box-like structure that sits at the base of the scene. Austrian electrical engineer Walter Garn first brought widespread attention to these carvings in the 1990s. His technical analysis suggested the box structure resembled electrical generators or power sources, while the braided connections appeared consistent with insulated cables. The bulb-like objects, he argued, showed characteristics of vacuum tubes or early electrical lighting systems. Garn's interpretation gained support from several quarters. The positioning of the figures suggests they understood these objects generated some form of energy that required careful handling. The hieroglyphic inscriptions surrounding the scene reference light and illumination in contexts that don't clearly align with conventional fire or oil lamp usage. Traditional Egyptologists, however, maintain that the carvings represent well-established religious symbolism. The bulb-like objects, they argue, are lotus flowers emerging from the primordial waters of creation. The serpentine forms within represent the god Atum-Ra in his serpent manifestation, while the supporting figures are priests conducting ceremonial rituals. Dr. Ruth Schumann-Antelme, a respected Egyptologist at the Sorbonne, has spent decades studying Dendera's inscriptions. She points out that the hieroglyphs accompanying the relief clearly reference creation mythology, not technological processes. The lotus flower holds profound significance in Egyptian cosmology, representing rebirth and the emergence of light from darkness. Yet even within mainstream archaeology, questions persist. The precision of the carvings suggests the artisans were depicting something they had directly observed. The consistency of the bulb-like shapes across multiple reliefs indicates a standardized form, not the typical variations found in purely symbolic art. Recent analysis has revealed additional puzzling elements. The braided cables show internal structure details that serve no obvious decorative purpose. The box-like power source contains geometric patterns that don't match typical Egyptian religious iconography. Most remarkably, the positioning of elements follows principles that electrical engineers recognize as proper circuit arrangement. There's also the matter of the basement location itself. These particular chambers lie deep beneath the temple's main structure, accessed through narrow, winding passages. The positioning suggests these areas held special significance, possibly reserved for activities requiring secrecy or specialized knowledge. Archaeological evidence from elsewhere in Egypt adds complexity to the debate. The famous Baghdad battery artifacts, though discovered in Iraq, use principles that appear in Egyptian contexts as well. Small ceramic jars containing copper cylinders and iron rods have been found in Egyptian tombs, arranged in ways that could theoretically generate electrical current. The Temple of Dendera itself presents other anomalies. Its astronomical ceiling maps show star positions with accuracy that exceeds what should have been possible with the instrument's mainstream archaeology attributes to the period. The building's orientation aligns with celestial events in ways that suggest advanced mathematical knowledge. Dr. Christopher Dunn, a precision machinist who has studied Egyptian construction techniques, notes that the carving's technical details show consistency with electrical principles. The proportions of the bulb-like objects, the positioning of internal elements, and the cable connections all follow patterns that electrical engineers would recognize as functional designs. Critics argue that retrojecting modern technology onto ancient symbols commits a fundamental error of interpretation. They point out that humans naturally recognize familiar patterns in unfamiliar contexts, leading to false correlations between ancient art and modern devices. However, the debate intensifies when considering the broader context of Egyptian technological capabilities. The precision of pyramid construction, the accuracy of astronomical observations, and the sophistication of metallurgical techniques all suggest capabilities that conventional timelines struggle to explain. The Dendera carvings have inspired practical experiments. Engineers have attempted to recreate the depicted devices using materials and techniques available to ancient Egyptians. Several of these experiments have successfully generated electrical current, though critics note that successful recreation doesn't prove ancient implementation. Perhaps most intriguingly, the carvings appear to show an understanding of electrical principles that weren't formally recognized until the 18th century. The insulation of cables, the containment of reactive elements, and the controlled release of energy all suggest knowledge that extends beyond simple metalworking or chemical processes. The hieroglyphic texts provide cryptic clues that support both interpretations. References to bringing forth light and controlling the power of the serpent could describe religious ceremonies involving fire and symbolic representations. Alternatively, they might document technological processes using metaphorical language that concealed technical knowledge within religious frameworks. As archaeological techniques become more sophisticated, the Dendera reliefs continue to yield new information. High-resolution imaging has revealed details invisible to earlier researchers, while chemical analysis of the stone itself provides clues about the tools and methods used in their creation. The mystery deepens when considering the secrecy surrounding these particular chambers. Access was clearly restricted, and the subject matter differs significantly from the public religious art found elsewhere in the temple complex. This suggests knowledge or activities that required discretion. Whether the Dendera carvings represent misunderstood religious symbolism or evidence of sophisticated ancient technology remains unresolved. What stands beyond dispute is their continuing power to challenge our assumptions about the capabilities and knowledge of ancient civilizations. The debate reflects broader questions about the discontinuity of human knowledge and the possibility that sophisticated techniques have been lost and rediscovered throughout history. The truth, carved in stone beneath the Egyptian desert, waits patiently for definitive interpretation. The crystal skulls. When a team of researchers at the British Museum subjected the Mitchell-Hedges crystal skull to electron microscopy in 2007, they discovered something that fundamentally challenged everything we thought we knew about pre-Columbian artifacts. The microscopic analysis revealed tool marks that shouldn't exist on a relic supposedly carved by ancient Maya craftsmen over 1,000 years ago. The story begins in 1924. Deep in the jungles of British Honduras, now Belize, British explorer Frederick Mitchell Hedges claimed his adopted daughter Anna had discovered a perfectly carved human skull made from a single piece of clear quartz crystal among the ruins of Lubantun. The skull was anatomically precise, weighing exactly 11 pounds and 7 ounces, with a detachable jaw that moved on perfectly fitted ball and socket joints. Anna Mitchell Hedges, then 17, described finding the skull beneath a collapsed altar after months of careful excavation. She claimed the moment she lifted it from the rubble, the local Maya workers fell to their knees in reverence, calling it the skull of their ancestors. According to her account, the indigenous people believed the skull held the power to heal the sick and reveal visions of the past and future. But Anna's story contained inconsistencies that would puzzle researchers for decades. The skull's discovery was never properly documented in the expedition's official records. No photographs exist of the moment of discovery. Frederick Mitchell Hedges himself never mentioned the skull in his initial accounts of the Lubantun expedition, only adding it to his autobiography years later. The Mitchell Hedges skull was not alone. By the 1960s, similar crystal skulls had surfaced in museums and private collections around the world. The Paris Museum of Man housed a skull acquired in 1878, supposedly from an Aztec source. The British Museum displayed their own crystal skull, purchased from Tiffany & Co. in 1897, with provenance allegedly tracing back to ancient Mexico. Each skull shared remarkable characteristics. They were carved from single pieces of quartz crystal, requiring sophisticated knowledge of the stone's natural fracture patterns. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, with some skulls featuring internal light chambers that created eerie optical effects when illuminated. The anatomical accuracy rivaled modern medical models, complete with detailed nasal cavities and realistic tooth structures. Indigenous legends seemed to support the skull's ancient origins. Maya, Aztec, and Cherokee traditions all spoke of crystal skulls that held the accumulated wisdom of their ancestors. According to these oral histories, 13 crystal skulls existed, scattered across the Americas by ancient priests to preserve knowledge through coming ages of darkness. When humanity faced its greatest crisis, the legends claimed, all 13 skulls would be reunited, revealing secrets that could save civilization. The mystical properties attributed to these skulls attracted believers from around the world. People reported healing experiences, prophetic visions, and spiritual awakenings in the presence of crystal skulls. Some claimed the skulls generated electromagnetic fields that could be measured with scientific instruments. Others insisted they heard whispered voices speaking in ancient languages when near the artifacts. Skeptics pointed to the suspicious timing of the skull's discoveries. Most appeared during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, coinciding with a period of intense European interest in pre-Columbian artifacts. The art market was flooded with both genuine and fabricated ancient American objects, making authentication extremely difficult. The breakthrough came through advanced analytical techniques unavailable to earlier investigators. Scanning electron microscopy revealed the microscopic signatures left by different carving tools. Ancient craftsmen working with available technology would have left marks consistent with stone and bronze implements, combined with abrasive polishing using sand and plant materials. Instead, the skulls showed evidence of modern lapidary equipment. Rotary wheel marks indicated the use of jewelers' tools powered by electricity. The perfectly smooth surfaces suggested polishing compounds that weren't available until the industrial age. Most damning, several skulls contained traces of synthetic abrasives that weren't invented until the 20th century. The British Museum's investigation traced their skull to a German workshop that specialized in creating decorative objects for the tourist trade. The Paris skull showed similar evidence of modern manufacturing techniques. Even the famous Mitchell Hedges skull, despite Anna's lifelong insistence on its authenticity, displayed tool marks consistent with 20th century carving methods. Yet the scientific debunking didn't diminish the skull's cultural impact. Indigenous communities who had embraced the skulls as spiritual objects continued to find meaning in them, regardless of their actual age. The power of belief, they argued, wasn't diminished by archaeological evidence. The skulls had become vessels for genuine spiritual experiences, even if they weren't ancient artifacts. The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that creating such detailed skulls from quartz crystal remains challenging even with modern tools. Quartz has unique structural properties that make it prone to fracturing during carving. The skill required to create these objects, while not impossible today, suggests the work of master craftsmen with deep understanding of crystal properties. Some skulls continue to resist easy explanation. A skull in the Smithsonian's collection, donated in 1992, shows wear patterns that suggest considerable age, though not necessarily pre-Columbian antiquity. Its provenance remains unclear, with documentation gaps that make definitive conclusions impossible. The crystal skull phenomenon reveals something profound about human nature and our relationship with the past. We want to believe in ancient wisdom, in lost civilizations that possessed knowledge we've forgotten. The skulls became symbols of that desire, regardless of their actual origins. Modern crystal skull enthusiasts continue to create and collect these objects, often openly acknowledging their contemporary creation, while maintaining their spiritual significance. The line between ancient artifact and modern interpretation has blurred into something more complex than simple authentication. The crystal skulls remain in museums and private collections, their labels now carefully noting their likely 19th or 20th century origins. But visitors still gather around them, drawn by their mysterious beauty and the legends they embody. The skulls have become artifacts of a different kind, representing not ancient Maya wisdom, but humanity's eternal quest to connect with something greater than ourselves. Whether ancient or modern, the crystal skulls continue to inspire wonder, serving as crystalline mirrors reflecting our deepest desires to touch the infinite through objects that bridge the gap between the material and the mystical. The Oracle of Delphi. For over 8 centuries, the most powerful leaders in the ancient world made pilgrimages to a windswept plateau in central Greece, carrying gold, silver, and desperate questions about their fate. They came seeking answers from a woman who spoke in riddles while breathing vapors that rose from cracks in the earth. What they found at Delphi has puzzled scholars for 2 millennia. The Oracle of Delphi wasn't just another religious site. This was the epicenter of ancient decision-making, where generals planned invasions, kings chose successors, and entire civilizations hung their futures on the cryptic utterances of a peasant woman transformed into a divine messenger. The Greek historian Plutarch, who served as a priest at Delphi in the 1st century AD, described witnessing the Pythia enter states of such violent trance that her body contorted and her voice became unrecognizable. Archaeological evidence shows that Apollo's temple at Delphi was constructed directly over intersecting fault lines in the earth. These geological fractures created something the ancients couldn't explain, but modern science has begun to understand. In 2001, geologist Jelle de Boer from Wesleyan University discovered that the temple sits precisely where 2 major fault systems meet, creating fissures that could release gases from deep within the Earth's crust. The ancient sources describe sweet-smelling vapors rising from the Ataton, the inner sanctum where the Pythia delivered her prophecies. Plutarch wrote of pneuma enthusiasticon, an inspiring vapor that enabled divine possession. For centuries, scholars dismissed these accounts as mythological embellishment. Then de Boer's team found traces of ethylene in the spring water near the temple foundations. Ethylene produces a dreamlike euphoria in small concentrations. At higher doses, it causes dissociation and hallucinations. The gas was used as an anesthetic in the early 20th century, before doctors realized its unpredictable effects. Ancient writers described the Pythia's symptoms with startling accuracy. Initial euphoria followed by violent convulsions, speaking in tongues, and complete amnesia afterward. The process of consultation followed rigid protocols that suggest something more than theatrical performance. Pilgrims first purified themselves in the Castalian spring, then paid substantial fees to the temple priests. The Pythia herself underwent elaborate preparations, bathing in sacred waters and chewing laurel leaves that may have contained additional psychoactive compounds. Only then would she descend into the Ataton, where she sat on a bronze tripod positioned directly over the fissure in the bedrock. What emerges from historical accounts is a sophisticated operation that combined natural phenomena with careful human orchestration. The temple priests, educated men who understood politics and current events, interpreted the Pythia's incoherent utterances and transformed them into the hexameter verse that constituted official oracles. This process allowed for considerable creative interpretation while maintaining the fiction of divine inspiration. The accuracy of Delphic prophecies has been debated since antiquity. Herodotus records that when King Croesus tested various oracles by asking what he was doing at a specific moment, only Delphi correctly identified that he was cooking lamb and turtle in a bronze cauldron. Yet the same oracle's prediction that Croesus would destroy a great empire if he attacked Persia proved devastatingly accurate when the empire he destroyed turned out to be his own. Modern analysis reveals that Delphic oracles succeeded through masterful ambiguity rather than supernatural insight. The priestess Alexandra told Alexander the Great that he was invincible, using a Greek phrase that could mean either unconquerable or unconquered at the time of speaking. Such linguistic flexibility allowed the oracle to maintain credibility regardless of outcomes. The physical evidence supports a more complex picture than simple fraud or divine intervention. Radiocarbon dating of temple remains shows continuous rebuilding over the same geological features for nearly a millennium. The Greeks weren't randomly placing their most important religious site, they were drawn to something specific about this location. Recent studies of the local geology have revealed additional factors that may have enhanced the site's unusual properties. The limestone bedrock contains bituminous deposits that could release methane and hydrogen sulfide when subjected to seismic activity. The intersection of fault lines made such activity frequent. Temperature readings taken in the temple ruins show that the Adyton maintained a consistently warmer microclimate than surrounding areas, supporting ancient accounts of vapors rising from the earth. The decline of the oracle correlates with geological changes that reduced gas emissions from the fault system. By the time of the Roman Empire, ancient writers were already noting that the vapors had weakened and prophecies had become less frequent. The temple was officially closed by Emperor Theodosius in 393 AD, ending nearly 8 centuries of continuous operation. What remains unexplained is the consistency of the phenomenon across generations of different priestesses. The role of Pythia was filled by numerous women over the centuries, yet the characteristic symptoms and trance states remained remarkably uniform. This suggests that whatever was happening at Delphi involved more than individual psychology or performance art. The implications extend beyond ancient history. If natural gas emissions could reliably produce altered states of consciousness, why haven't similar oracular traditions emerged at other geological sites with comparable features? The answer may lie in the unique combination of factors that converged at Delphi: specific gas concentrations, particular geological formations, and a cultural context that interpreted altered consciousness as divine communication. Modern psychologists studying altered states of consciousness have noted that the settings and expectations surrounding hallucinogenic experiences profoundly influence their content and interpretation. The elaborate rituals, sacred setting, and cultural beliefs surrounding the Delphic oracle may have been as crucial as the gases themselves in producing the phenomenon that shaped ancient Mediterranean civilization. The Oracle of Delphi represents a fascinating intersection of geology, psychology, and cultural belief that created something greater than the sum of its parts. Whether you interpret it as ancient environmental psychology or acknowledge the possibility of forces beyond current scientific understanding, the site continues to challenge our assumptions about the boundaries between natural and supernatural, between human consciousness and divine inspiration. The Great Zimbabwe Ruins. When colonial explorers first encountered these towering stone walls in southeastern Africa, they refused to believe what stood before them. The Great Zimbabwe Ruins, massive granite structures built without mortar, rising from the landscape like monuments to forgotten kings, challenged every assumption about medieval African civilization. The year was 1871. German explorer Karl Mauck stood at the base of walls that shouldn't exist, 20 feet high in places, constructed from perfectly fitted granite blocks, each weighing several tons. No cement held them together. No scaffolding could have lifted them. Yet there they stood, defying both gravity and the colonial narrative that sub-Saharan Africa had produced no great civilizations. Mauck's solution to this cognitive dissonance reveals the deep prejudices of his era. Rather than credit the local Shona people with this architectural marvel, he declared it must be the biblical Ophir, the legendary source of King Solomon's gold. European academics embraced this explanation with disturbing enthusiasm. The ruins were too sophisticated, they claimed, to have been built by Africans. This racist interpretation persisted for nearly a century, until archaeologist David Randall McIver conducted the first scientific excavation in 1905. His findings were revolutionary and unwelcome. The artifacts, pottery, tools, gold ornaments, were undeniably African in origin. Carbon dating later confirmed construction began around 1100 CE, reaching its peak between 1200 and 1450 CE. The builders were the ancestors of the modern Shona people, creating a city that housed up to 18,000 inhabitants at its zenith. But correcting the historical record only deepened the mystery. How did medieval Africans quarry, transport, and precisely fit granite blocks without advanced machinery? The hill complex alone contains walls that snake across rocky outcrops for over 250 meters. The great enclosure below features the largest ancient structure south of the Sahara, a circular wall, 11 meters high and 244 meters around, built with such precision that not a single block has shifted in 8 centuries. The engineering challenges seem insurmountable. The builders worked with raw granite, one of the hardest stones on Earth. They split massive blocks along natural grain lines, then shaped them to fit together like three-dimensional puzzles. No two blocks are identical, yet each slot together perfectly. The weight distribution required mathematical understanding that archaeologists struggle to reverse engineer today. Then there's the question of motivation. Why build such an elaborate city in this specific location? Great Zimbabwe sits strategically between the gold fields of the interior and the trading ports of the coast. The Shona people controlled vast networks of commerce, trading gold, ivory, and copper for Chinese porcelain, Persian glass, and Indian textiles. Archaeological evidence reveals connections stretching from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean. The wealth generated by this trade explains the resources available for construction, but not the techniques employed. The precision cutting, the massive scale, the sophisticated drainage systems, all suggest knowledge that supposedly didn't exist in medieval Africa. Recent analysis of the site's acoustics has revealed another puzzle. The structures create perfect sound chambers, amplifying voices and musical instruments in ways that seem intentionally designed. Most puzzling are the Zimbabwe birds, 8 soapstone carvings found throughout the site, each depicting a unique bird species perched on a pillar. These aren't mere decorations. The birds face specific directions, their placement corresponding to astronomical alignments that track seasonal changes. Some researchers suggest they functioned as a primitive calendar system, helping coordinate agricultural cycles and religious ceremonies. The oral traditions of the Shona people speak of supernatural assistance in the construction. According to legend, the ancestors received guidance from the spirits of the land, who showed them where to place each stone. While modern archaeologists dismiss such accounts as mythology, the mathematical precision of the ruins suggests knowledge that transcends conventional understanding of medieval African capabilities. Recent archaeological surveys using ground-penetrating radar have identified additional structures buried beneath centuries of soil. These underground chambers appear to connect the major complexes through a network of tunnels, implying the visible ruins represent only a fraction of the original city. What lies beneath remains largely unexplored, protected by both the Zimbabwean government and local communities who consider the site sacred. The true mystery of Great Zimbabwe isn't just how it was built, but why its construction techniques were never replicated. The knowledge seemed to vanish with the city's decline in the 15th century. No comparable structures exist anywhere else in the region. The engineering expertise that created these walls disappeared as completely as the civilization that built them. Modern attempts to recreate the building methods have failed. Engineers cannot duplicate the precise fitting of irregular granite blocks without modern tools and machinery. The original builders achieved tolerances measured in millimeters, using techniques that remain opaque to contemporary construction science. Climate change may have contributed to the city's abandonment. Tree ring analysis and soil samples suggest a prolonged drought beginning around 1420 CE, disrupting the agricultural systems that supported the population. As water sources failed and trade routes shifted, the great city gradually emptied. The stones remained, but the knowledge of their placement passed into legend. Today, Great Zimbabwe stands as Zimbabwe's national symbol, depicted on the country's flag and currency. Tourism provides economic benefits, but also threatens the site's preservation. Each visitor who touches the ancient stones contributes to their gradual erosion. The same weathering that allowed the original builders to split granite blocks now threatens to return them to dust. The ruins challenge comfortable assumptions about technological progress and cultural achievement. They remind us that sophisticated engineering knowledge has emerged independently across human history, sometimes in places and times that don't fit our evolutionary narratives. The ancestors of the Shona people possessed construction techniques that remain partly mysterious, creating monuments that continue to defy complete understanding. In the end, Great Zimbabwe represents more than architectural achievement. It stands as proof that human ingenuity has always found ways to overcome seemingly impossible challenges, leaving behind mysteries that humble our contemporary confidence in technological supremacy. Teotihuacan's Avenue of the Dead. In 1925, archaeologist Manuel Gamio stood at the base of the Pyramid of the Sun and realized something extraordinary. The massive ceremonial avenue stretching before him wasn't randomly placed. It aligned with the setting of the Pleiades constellation, exactly as it would have appeared to ancient observers 1,500 years ago. This was Teotihuacan, the city of the gods, and its most enigmatic feature defied every assumption about Mesoamerican urban planning. The Avenue of the Dead runs for nearly 2.5 miles through the heart of what was once the largest city in the pre-Columbian Americas, but calling it an avenue misleads us entirely. The Spanish conquistadors named it Calle de los Muertos because they believed the smaller pyramids lining its path were tombs. They were wrong about the tombs, but perhaps they sensed something deeper about this place, something that connected it to realms beyond the living world. Modern surveys reveal the avenue's true precision. It deviates only 2 degrees from true north, an accuracy that required sophisticated astronomical knowledge. The entire complex stretches across 8 square miles, yet every structure, every plaza, every seemingly minor architectural detail adheres to a master plan that took centuries to complete. Walking along the avenue today, you notice something unsettling. The acoustics are wrong for a normal street. Sounds behave strangely here. Voices carry in unexpected directions. Footsteps echo with peculiar resonance. Recent studies using ground-penetrating radar have revealed why. Beneath the visible avenue lies a complex network of chambers and tunnels, some natural, others clearly artificial. Dr. Sergio Gomez has spent over a decade mapping these underground passages. His team discovered that the tunnel system mirrors the layout of the avenue above, creating what he describes as a shadow city beneath the city. The chambers contain pools of liquid mercury, hundreds of gallons of it, arranged in patterns that seem to replicate celestial arrangements. Mercury held profound significance for Mesoamerican cultures. They believed it represented the boundary between worlds, the silvery substance that allowed spirits to cross between realms. But the quantity found at Teotihuacan exceeds anything discovered elsewhere in the Americas. The mercury pools weren't decorative, they were functional, though for what purpose remains unclear. The avenue's builders incorporated another mysterious element, mica. Massive sheets of this mineral, some weighing several tons, were embedded in the pyramid platforms. The mica came from Brazil, over 2,000 miles away. Transporting it would have required tremendous effort and resources, yet much of it was placed where it could never be seen by visitors or worshippers. Mica possesses unique properties. It's an excellent electrical insulator and can withstand extreme temperatures. Modern industry uses it in electronics and nuclear applications. Why did ancient builders consider it essential for their sacred architecture? The answer might lie in the avenue's relationship to underground water sources. Teotihuacan sits above a complex aquifer system, and the Avenue of the Dead appears to have been positioned to channel and control water flow throughout the city. The underground chambers containing mercury pools connect to these water channels, creating a hydraulic system that remains partially functional today. But water engineering doesn't explain the avenue's most puzzling feature, its precise astronomical alignments. The entire complex functions as a massive calendar, tracking not just the movements of the sun and moon, but the cycles of Venus. the Pleiades, and constellation patterns that wouldn't be visible again for centuries. The Pyramid of the Sun, positioned along the avenue's eastern edge, aligns with the point where the sun sets on August 12th, a date that corresponds to the mythological beginning of the current world in Mesoamerican cosmology. The Pyramid of the Moon, at the avenue's northern terminus, frames the sacred mountain Cerro Gordo in a way that creates the visual illusion of a pyramid extending into the sky. These alignments required not just astronomical knowledge, but the ability to predict celestial events across vast time spans. The builders of Teotihuacan were tracking cycles that wouldn't complete for thousands of years, embedding their city with a temporal precision that suggests they viewed their construction as eternal. Recent excavations have revealed that the avenue's construction occurred in distinct phases, each separated by centuries, yet the astronomical alignments remain consistent across all building periods. This suggests the existence of a master plan that transcended individual generations, passed down through an unbroken chain of knowledge keepers. The avenue's true purpose becomes more enigmatic when we consider its relationship to the surrounding landscape. The entire complex sits within a valley that forms a natural amphitheater, with the Avenue of the Dead serving as the central stage. During certain celestial events, shadows cast by the pyramids create geometric patterns that sweep across the avenue's surface, transforming it into a kind of sundial measuring cosmic time. Local communities maintain oral traditions about the avenue that differ markedly from archaeological interpretations. They speak of it as a pathway for spirits, a route traveled by the souls of the dead during their journey to the afterlife. According to these accounts, the avenue was never meant for the living, it was infrastructure for the spirit world. This perspective gains credibility when we examine the avenue's practical limitations. It's too narrow for large processions, too steep in places for comfortable walking, and many of its ritual platforms are inaccessible to crowds. The design prioritizes symbolic and astronomical functions over human convenience. The Spanish found Teotihuacan already abandoned when they arrived, its massive structures slowly being reclaimed by vegetation. The city's decline remains unexplained. There's no evidence of warfare, natural disaster, or gradual population decline. The inhabitants simply vanished, leaving behind a precisely engineered landscape that continues to track celestial cycles with mechanical accuracy. Today, the Avenue of the Dead draws millions of visitors, but it keeps its secrets. The underground chambers remain largely unexplored, the mercury pools undisturbed, the astronomical alignments measuring time toward purposes we can't fathom. Perhaps the Spanish conquistadors were right in their initial assessment. This is indeed a place of the dead, but not in the way they imagined. It's a monument to knowledge that transcends individual lifetimes, a conversation between ancient minds and future skies, written in stone and starlight, along a pathway that leads somewhere we've forgotten how to follow. Atlantis, lost or legend. 9,000 years before his time, Plato wrote, "There existed a civilization so advanced, so powerful, that it ruled vast territories beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Then, in a single day and night, it vanished beneath the waves." For over 2 millennia, scholars have debated whether Atlantis represents humanity's greatest lost civilization or philosophy's most enduring fiction. The story emerges from Plato's dialogues, the Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BCE. Through the voice of Critias, Plato describes a circular island larger than Libya and Asia combined, ringed by concentric waterways and protected by walls of brass, tin, and the mysterious metal orichalcum. Its people possessed knowledge of engineering, metallurgy, and navigation that surpassed anything in the known ancient world. Yet Plato presents Atlantis not as historical fact, but as a moral tale. The Atlanteans, corrupted by their power and wealth, wage war against ancient Athens. The gods, displeased with their hubris, destroy the island kingdom in a single catastrophic event. Modern scholars largely view this as allegory, a cautionary tale about the dangers of imperial ambition and moral decay. But archaeological discoveries continue to challenge the purely allegorical interpretation. In 1967, Greek archaeologist Spiridon Morinatos uncovered the remains of Akrotiri on the volcanic island of Santorini. This Bronze Age settlement, preserved under volcanic ash, revealed sophisticated urban planning, advanced plumbing systems, and artistic achievements that rivaled any contemporary civilization. The timing proves intriguing. Akrotiri was destroyed around 1600 BCE by a massive volcanic eruption that devastated the Minoan civilization. The Minoan palaces at Knossos and Phaistos displayed architectural sophistication that wouldn't be seen again in Europe for centuries. Their script, Linear A, remains undeciphered. Their maritime empire controlled trade routes across the Mediterranean. Dr. J.V. Luce of Trinity College Dublin has argued that Plato may have conflated genuine historical memories of Minoan civilization with Egyptian records of the Sea Peoples, mysterious invaders who attacked the eastern Mediterranean around 1200 BCE. Egyptian texts describe these raiders as coming from islands in the Great Green Sea, their homeland ultimately swallowed by the waters. The geographical details in Plato's account have sent researchers to every corner of the globe. Some point to the Azores, where underwater formations near the island of Terceira reveal what appear to be artificial structures. Side-scan sonar has detected geometric patterns on the ocean floor that resist natural explanation. Portuguese marine archaeologist Dr. Diocleciano Silva has documented stone constructions that appear too regular, too purposeful to be geological formations. Others look to the Mediterranean itself. Off the coast of Spain, Dr. Richard Freund's team has used ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery to identify buried structures in the Doñana National Park. These formations, located in what would have been a vast bay before centuries of silting, show the concentric circular patterns that match Plato's description of Atlantis. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey has added another dimension to the debate. This temple complex, dating to 9600 BCE, demonstrates that sophisticated architectural projects were possible during the time period Plato assigns to Atlantis. The site's massive stone pillars, intricate carvings, and astronomical alignments suggest knowledge systems far more advanced than previously attributed to hunter-gatherer societies. Marine archaeologist Dr. Robert Ballard, who discovered the Titanic, has investigated the possibility that Atlantis memories preserve accounts of post-glacial flooding. As the last ice age ended, sea levels rose dramatically, submerging vast coastal areas where early civilizations might have flourished. The Black Sea, once a freshwater lake, was suddenly flooded by Mediterranean waters around 5600 BCE, an event that may have spawned flood myths across multiple cultures. Recent underwater surveying has revealed megalithic structures off the coasts of India, Japan, and Cuba. Off Yonaguni Island, Japanese divers have documented what appears to be a stepped pyramid complex carved from solid rock. While geological controversy surrounds these formations, some researchers argue they show evidence of human modification dating to when sea levels were much lower. The linguistic evidence presents another puzzle. Words related to water, floods, and lost lands appear across unrelated language families. The Basque word Atlanta means door or gateway, potentially preserving pre-Indo-European memories of a lost Western land. Sanskrit texts describe Patala, a magnificent city that sank beneath the ocean. Mayan codices mention Aztlan, the homeland from which their ancestors migrated. Dr. Manfred Korfmann's excavations at Troy demonstrated how archaeological sites could preserve historical kernels within legendary narratives. The Iliad, long considered pure mythology, led to the discovery of a real Bronze Age city that showed evidence of siege warfare. Perhaps Atlantis represents a similar case of historical memory preserved within philosophical discourse. The metallurgical references in Plato's account deserve particular attention. Orichalcum, the mysterious metal that adorned Atlantean buildings, was long dismissed as fictional. However, recent analysis of ancient ingots discovered in a Roman-era shipwreck off Sicily revealed an alloy of copper and zinc that matches classical descriptions of orichalcum. This suggests Plato drew from genuine knowledge of ancient metallurgy. Climate data from ice cores and ocean sediments reveals that the period around 9600 BCE marked a time of dramatic environmental change. The Younger Dryas cold period ended abruptly, triggering massive meltwater pulses and coastal flooding. Populations would have been displaced, trade networks disrupted, and civilizations potentially lost to rising seas. The search for Atlantis continues to evolve with advancing technology. Satellite archaeology has identified previously unknown archaeological sites by detecting subtle variations in vegetation and soil composition. Ground-penetrating radar can map buried structures without excavation. Underwater sonar mapping has revealed vast areas of the ocean floor that remain unexplored. Whether Atlantis existed as a physical place or represents humanity's archetypal memory of lost civilizations, it continues to challenge our understanding of the past. Each new archaeological discovery, each ancient text translated, each underwater survey completed, adds pieces to a puzzle that may never be fully solved. In the end, perhaps the true power of Atlantis lies not in its historical reality, but in its capacity to inspire us to look deeper, search further, and question what we think we know about the civilizations that came before us. Pumapunku's precision. When engineers first measured the stone blocks at Pumapunku in 1903, they discovered something that shouldn't exist. The precision of these cuts exceeded what 19th-century machinery could achieve. They were looking at tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters, executed in some of the hardest stone on Earth, crafted by people who supposedly had no knowledge of advanced tools. High in the Bolivian Andes, 12,800 feet above sea level, sits a construction site that time forgot. The massive stone blocks lie scattered across the plateau like pieces of an enormous puzzle, each one carved with mathematical precision that defies conventional understanding of ancient capabilities. Wind whistles through the cuts and channels, carrying whispers of techniques lost to history. These aren't rough-hewn building stones. We're examining blocks of andesite and granite that have been shaped with laser-like accuracy. The surfaces are so smooth, they reflect light. The angles are so precise, they make modern architecture look crude by comparison. Corner joints fit together with tolerances that would challenge contemporary computer-controlled machinery. Dr. Jean-Pierre Protzen, a Berkeley professor who spent decades studying Andean construction, brought modern surveying equipment to measure these stones. His instruments revealed right angles accurate to within 1/100th of a degree. The surfaces are flat to within 1/16th of an inch across spans of several feet. Professional machinists examining his data have admitted they would struggle to achieve such precision with their best equipment. But here's what makes the mystery deeper. The blocks at Pumapunku weren't just cut precisely, they were cut in identical patterns. Multiple H-shaped blocks exist with measurements that match exactly, not approximately, exactly. This suggests some form of standardization, a manufacturing process that produced interchangeable parts over 1,000 years before the Industrial Revolution. The stone itself presents another puzzle. Andesite rates between 6 and 7 on the Mohs hardness scale, approaching the hardness of quartz. Working with bronze tools and stone hammers, as mainstream archaeology suggests, would be like trying to carve marble with a butter knife. The copper tools found at nearby sites would have been worn to nothing, attempting such work. Local Aymara people have preserved oral traditions about Pumapunku that stretch back generations. They speak of master builders who could make stones soft like clay, shaping them with their hands before the material hardened again. Folklore often contains kernels of lost knowledge, technical understanding compressed into symbolic language over centuries of retelling. Archaeological dating places the construction of Pumapunku around 536 AD, but recent research suggests the site might be far older. The precision of the astronomical alignments, the sophistication of the drainage systems, the complexity of the interlocking stone patterns, all point to a level of engineering knowledge that doesn't match the accepted timeline of technological development in the Americas. The blocks themselves tell a story of systematic planning. Each stone appears to have been cut for a specific purpose, part of a larger architectural blueprint that modern reconstructions can only partially decipher. The famous H blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, were designed to interlock in ways that would have created incredibly stable structures. The precision of their joints would have eliminated the need for mortar while creating buildings that could withstand earthquakes. Arthur Poznański, an Austrian archaeologist who studied Pumapunku in the early 20th century, proposed that the site demonstrated evidence of advanced machinery. His controversial theories were dismissed by mainstream academia, but the precision of the stonework continues to challenge conventional explanations. How do you create perfectly smooth surfaces on granite without advanced tools? How do you achieve standardized measurements across dozens of massive blocks without sophisticated planning and equipment? Recent experiments by stonemason Roger Hopkins, working with Nova documentary producers, attempted to replicate the Puma Punku techniques using only tools available to ancient builders. Despite weeks of effort and modern quarrying knowledge, they couldn't approach the precision of the original work. The surfaces remained rough, the angles imperfect, the progress painfully slow. Computer modeling of the scattered blocks has revealed the original structure's complexity. The interlocking system created a building that could expand and contract with temperature changes without losing structural integrity. The drainage channels were carved to prevent water accumulation that could crack the stone through freeze-thaw cycles. This wasn't primitive construction. It was engineering optimized for the harsh Andean environment. The mystery deepens when you consider the site's apparent abandonment. The blocks lie scattered as if a massive structure was carefully dismantled rather than destroyed by natural disaster. No mortar residue exists because none was needed. The precision of the cuts allowed the stones to support each other through pure geometric alignment. But if the building was intentionally taken apart, why leave the pieces scattered across the plateau? Some researchers propose that Puma Punku represents a lost chapter in human technological development. Perhaps ancient civilizations achieved mechanical sophistication that was later forgotten, knowledge that disappeared during periods of social upheaval or natural catastrophe. The precision of the stonework suggests access to techniques that parallel modern manufacturing processes. The altitude of Puma Punku adds another layer to the mystery. At nearly 13,000 feet, the thin air makes physical labor exhausting. Moving 100-ton blocks at this elevation would challenge modern equipment. Yet builders not only transported these massive stones, but shaped them with impossible precision at a location where every breath requires effort. Critics argue that human ingenuity and patience could achieve such precision given enough time and skilled craftsmen. But the evidence suggests otherwise. The standardization of the blocks, the complexity of the interlocking systems, the mathematical precision of the cuts, all point to capabilities that transcend what we understand about ancient technology. The wind still moves through those perfect cuts, carrying questions across the high plateau. Each precisely carved channel, each mathematically perfect angle, each standardized measurement represents a challenge to our understanding of human technological development. Puma Punku stands as testament to capabilities that existed in the past but remain unexplained in our present. The stones wait in the thin mountain air, holding their secrets in granite and andesite, precision preserved in the world's most enduring materials. They speak of builders who achieved what we struggle to replicate, who possessed knowledge that time has scattered like the blocks themselves across the plateau of mystery. Roman dodecahedra. In 1739, a farmer plowing his field near the Rhine discovered something that would puzzle archaeologists for nearly 3 centuries. Buried in the soil was a small bronze object, roughly the size of a baseball, with 12 pentagonal faces and circular holes of varying sizes pierced through each surface. He had no way of knowing he'd just unearthed one of history's most perplexing artifacts. What he found was a Roman dodecahedron, and in the centuries since, over 100 similar objects have surfaced across Europe, from Britain to Hungary, from France to the Balkans, each one meticulously crafted from bronze, each one a perfect geometric puzzle that has left experts grasping for answers. The Roman dodecahedron defies easy categorization. These aren't crude tools hastily made for utilitarian purposes. The level of craftsmanship speaks to skilled artisans who understood complex geometry, who took time to create something with precision and care. The 12 pentagonal faces are uniform. The circular holes vary in diameter from piece to piece, and many specimens bear small knobs or protrusions at the corners where the faces meet. What makes these objects particularly mysterious is their distribution pattern. They appear almost exclusively in the northern provinces of the Roman Empire, concentrated in regions that correspond to modern-day France, Germany, Switzerland, and Britain, southern Italy, Greece, and other Mediterranean heartlands of Roman civilization, have yielded virtually no examples. This geographical clustering suggests they served a specific purpose, tied to northern European conditions or customs. The silence from historical records adds another layer to the mystery. Roman writers were meticulous chroniclers, documenting everything from military tactics to household implements. Yet nowhere in their extensive writings do we find mention of these dodecahedra. No Latin term exists for them, no description of their use, no reference to their manufacture. It's as if they existed in a parallel world, unknown to the very civilization that created them. Archaeological dating places most specimens between the 2nd and 4th centuries CE, during the height of Roman territorial expansion. They've been found in military camps, civilian settlements, and religious sites, but never in graves or hoards where valuable objects were typically buried. This pattern suggests they were common enough to be unremarkable, yet specialized enough to serve a specific function. The holes vary in size in ways that seem intentional rather than random. Some researchers have measured these openings and found they correspond to Roman measurement standards, leading to theories about their use as gauging tools. Perhaps they determined the thickness of rods or wires, or measured the diameter of objects in ways we can't fully comprehend. The geometric precision required to create a dodecahedron would certainly appeal to Roman engineers known for their mathematical prowess. Others have proposed astronomical applications. The 12 faces might represent the zodiac, the holes could frame celestial observations, and the overall shape might serve as a three-dimensional calendar or astronomical computer. Ancient cultures often embedded cosmic knowledge in everyday objects, and the dodecahedron's complex geometry would be well suited to such purposes. The religious theory holds particular appeal given the dodecahedron's connection to Platonic solids and ancient mysticism. To the Greeks and Romans, geometric forms carried spiritual significance. The dodecahedron, with its 12 faces, might have represented the cosmos itself, its holes serving as windows to divine understanding. The fact that many specimens show wear patterns suggests repeated handling, consistent with ritual use. Some archaeologists have suggested more practical applications. The objects might have been used in surveying, their geometric properties helping Roman engineers lay out roads and settlements with characteristic precision. The holes could have held measuring strings or served as sighting devices for determining angles and distances across varied terrain. The metalworking theory proposes they were tools for creating chainmail or other military equipment. The holes might have been used to gauge the diameter of metal rings or wires, ensuring uniformity in Roman military gear. The concentration in northern provinces, where legions faced fierce Germanic tribes, would support this military application. Yet each theory carries problems. If they were measuring tools, why the need for such complex geometry? If they were astronomical instruments, why no mention in Roman scientific texts? If they were religious objects, why found in mundane contexts? The dodecahedra seem to exist in the spaces between explanations, fitting no category perfectly. Recent discoveries have added new dimensions to the mystery. Some specimens show evidence of having been suspended, suggesting they hung from cords or chains. Others bear inscriptions or markings that might be decorative or functional. One remarkable example found in Germany contained traces of organic material in its cavities, hinting at unknown contents or uses. The craftsmanship itself raises questions about Roman technological capabilities. Creating a perfect dodecahedron requires advanced understanding of three-dimensional geometry and considerable metalworking skill. The precision of the holes, the uniformity of the faces, and the overall symmetry suggest specialized knowledge and tools. These weren't made by casual craftsmen, but by skilled artisans working within established traditions. Modern attempts to replicate Roman dodecahedra have proven challenging even with contemporary tools. The geometric complexity, the precision required, and the metallurgical knowledge needed all point to sophisticated manufacturing processes. Roman workshops capable of producing such objects would have been centers of technical excellence. The mystery deepens when we consider what happened to the knowledge of their purpose. If these objects served important functions, why did their use disappear without trace? The collapse of Roman administration in northern provinces might explain their abandonment, but complete loss of cultural memory seems unlikely for objects that were clearly widespread and carefully made. Perhaps the Roman dodecahedra represent knowledge that was never meant to be widely shared. Specialist tools, religious implements, or technical devices known only to particular groups within Roman society. Their silence in historical records might reflect intentional secrecy rather than oversight. The scattered bronze forms continue to emerge from European soil, each one a perfect geometric puzzle, waiting for someone to finally understand what Roman hands once knew. In their silence lies a reminder that even the most documented civilizations in history kept secrets, and that some mysteries are content to wait centuries for their moment of revelation. The Serapeum of Saqqara. For over 2 centuries, archaeologists have stood before these colossal granite sarcophagi in the underground chambers of Saqqara, asking the same impossible question: what was too large for human burial, yet required a tomb? The year was 1850 when Auguste Mariette first descended into the labyrinthine passages beneath the Egyptian desert. What he discovered defied every convention of ancient burial practices. 24 massive stone boxes, each weighing between 60 and 80 tons, arranged in perfect precision along corridors carved from bedrock. These weren't tombs in any recognizable sense. They were something else entirely. Each sarcophagus measures roughly 13 feet long, 7 feet wide, and 11 feet high. The lids alone weigh 15 tons. To put this in perspective, most human sarcophagi from the same period weigh less than 2 tons total. The craftsmanship speaks to a level of precision that challenges our understanding of ancient Egyptian capabilities. The corners meet at perfect 90-degree angles. The surfaces are polished to a mirror finish. Tool marks suggest the use of techniques that shouldn't have existed in the 3rd millennium BCE. But here's where the mystery deepens beyond mere construction puzzles. When Mariette opened the first sarcophagus, he found it empty. The second, empty. The third, empty. Of the 24 massive containers, only one showed any sign of ever being occupied, and that occupant was a mummified bull, a bull that filled perhaps 1/10 of the available space. The official explanation places these sarcophagi in the context of the Apis bull cult, sacred animals believed to house the soul of the god Pitta. According to hieroglyphic inscriptions found nearby, this underground complex served as the burial ground for these divine bulls across multiple dynasties. The timeline spans from the New Kingdom through the Ptolemaic period, roughly 1550 BCE to 30 BCE. Yet the mathematics don't align with the mythology. The largest known Apis bull in recorded history would have required a sarcophagus perhaps 6 feet in length. These granite boxes could easily accommodate something 3 times that size. The ancient texts describe the Apis bulls as sacred. Yes, but they also describe them as normal bulls. Bulls that lived in temples, ate ceremonial food, and died natural deaths after lives of religious significance. Dr. Zahi Hawass, former Secretary General of Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities, has spent decades studying the Serapeum. In 2009, he led a team that conducted detailed measurements of the sarcophagi. The precision they documented raises questions that extend far beyond religious practices. The internal dimensions vary by less than 2 millimeters across the entire length. This level of accuracy requires tools and techniques that push the boundaries of what we believe ancient Egyptian craftsmen possessed. The granite itself tells another story. Geological analysis reveals the stone originated from quarries in Aswan, over 500 miles south of Saqqara. Transporting blocks of this size along the Nile would have required engineering solutions that rival any ancient construction project. The logistics alone suggest these weren't created for routine religious ceremonies. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect isn't what the sarcophagi contain, but what they don't contain. 23 empty stone boxes, each representing months of labor, massive resource investment, and unprecedented technical challenges. If these were meant for deceased Apis bulls, where are the bulls? If they were meant for something else, what was large enough to require such enormous containers? Some researchers have proposed alternative theories. The empty sarcophagi might have been intended for future burials that never occurred. Political upheavals, economic collapse, or religious reforms could have interrupted the burial traditions. The Ptolemaic period, when many of these appear to have been created, was marked by significant cultural changes as Greek influence merged with Egyptian traditions. Others point to the possibility of grave robbing on an unprecedented scale. The value of sacred bull remains in ancient Egyptian society was immense. Oils, wrappings, and ceremonial objects buried with the Apis bulls would have represented enormous wealth. Perhaps these weren't empty tombs, but thoroughly looted ones. Yet this explanation struggles against the evidence. Grave robbers, even skilled ones, leave traces, scattered fragments, tool marks, signs of forced entry. The Serapeum's sarcophagi show none of these indicators. They appear to have been sealed empty, or nearly empty, from the beginning. The engineering questions persist alongside the archaeological ones. How did ancient workers maneuver 80-ton granite boxes through narrow underground passages? The corridors were carved after the sarcophagi were positioned, which means the entire complex was designed around these massive containers. The planning required suggests these weren't afterthoughts or standard religious implements, but central to whatever purpose the Serapeum served. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed additional chambers beneath the known passages. Some remain sealed, their contents unknown. Others show anomalies that don't match the established burial patterns. The complete scope of the Serapeum remains unmapped, its deepest levels unexplored. The hieroglyphic inscriptions found throughout the complex offer limited insight. Most date to the later periods of use and reference standard religious practices. Earlier inscriptions, closer to the time of initial construction, are either damaged or absent entirely. The archaeological record has gaps that coincide with the most crucial periods of the site's development. What we're left with is a profound silence in stone, 24 granite monuments to unknown purpose, testament to capabilities that push the boundaries of accepted ancient Egyptian technology. The Serapeum stands as perhaps the most concrete example of how little we truly understand about the practical capabilities of ancient civilizations. The sacred bulls of Tita may have been buried here, but they weren't buried in containers designed for bulls. They were buried in containers designed for something else entirely, something that required precision engineering, massive resource investment, and absolute permanence. Underground in the darkness of Saqqara, these empty sarcophagi wait for explanations that may never come. Their silence speaks louder than any ancient text, their emptiness more profound than any burial treasure. They represent questions carved in stone, mysteries that grow deeper with each archaeological investigation. The Olmec colossal heads, deep in the humid jungles of southern Mexico. 17 colossal stone heads rest in silence, their weathered faces gazing across millennia with expressions that seem almost aware. Each one weighs between 6 and 50 tons, carved from single blocks of volcanic basalt that originated from quarries up to 100 kilometers away. The Olmec civilization vanished over 2,000 years ago, yet these monuments endure, their enigmatic features raising questions that archaeologists still struggle to answer. The heads were never meant to be found together. Scattered across the ancient Olmec heartland, from La Venta to Trizapotis, they emerged from the earth like sleeping giants awakening to a world that had forgotten them. The first discovery came in 1862, when a plantation worker clearing land near Trizapotis struck something impossibly hard beneath the soil. What he uncovered was a stone face so realistic, so perfectly preserved, that locals initially believed it was the petrified remains of an actual giant. Dr. Matthew Stirling's expeditions in the 1930s brought these monuments to wider attention, but decades of study have only deepened the mystery. Each head displays unique facial features with startling individuality. Some wear elaborate headdresses that suggest ceremonial importance. Others have expressions that range from serene contemplation to fierce determination. The level of artistic sophistication challenges everything we thought we knew about Mesoamerican civilization's timeline. The technical achievement alone defies explanation. The Olmec possessed no wheeled vehicles, no metal tools harder than copper, no domesticated animals suitable for heavy transport. Yet somehow, they quarried blocks of basalt from the Tuxtla Mountains and transported them vast distances through dense jungle terrain. Each head required an estimated 1,500 man-hours to carve, using primitive tools that should have been inadequate for such precise work. the faces themselves present perhaps the greatest puzzle. While some scholars interpret them as portraits of Olmec rulers, the features don't conform to typical indigenous Mesoamerican characteristics. Several heads display what appear to be African features, with broad noses, full lips, and detailed representations of what looks like tightly curled hair or elaborate braided headdresses. This has sparked controversial theories about pre-Columbian contact between Africa and the Americas, theories that mainstream archaeology has largely rejected. Dr. Ivan van Sertima's research in the 1970s documented these apparent African features in detail, noting that at least 4 of the heads show characteristics inconsistent with the physical appearance of known indigenous populations. His work suggested that African peoples may have reached the Americas thousands of years before Columbus, but the academic establishment dismissed these claims as speculative. The debate continues, with new evidence emerging from genetic studies that complicate our understanding of ancient migration patterns. The spiritual significance of these monuments remains equally mysterious. The Olmec are considered the mother culture of Mesoamerica, influencing later civilizations including the Maya and Aztec. Their religious practices involved shamanic transformation, the worship of jaguar deities, and complex astronomical observations. The heads may represent more than simple portraiture. They could be vessels for spiritual power, monuments to divine rulers, or guardians protecting ancient sacred sites. Recent archaeological discoveries have revealed that many of the heads were deliberately buried, carefully covered with layers of colored clay and soil. This wasn't abandonment or neglect, it was intentional preservation. The Olmec buried their monuments with the same reverence they showed their dead, suggesting these stone faces held profound religious significance that extends beyond mere political commemoration. The arrangement of the heads across the landscape follows patterns that some researchers believe correspond to astronomical alignments. The heads at La Venta, for instance, appear positioned to mark significant celestial events, their gazes directed toward points on the horizon where important stars would rise or set during key times of the year. This suggests the Olmec possessed sophisticated knowledge of astronomy and incorporated cosmic cycles into their monumental architecture. Carbon dating of organic materials found near the heads places their creation between 1500 and 600 BCE, making them among the earliest known colossal sculptures in the Americas. This timeframe coincides with the rise of complex urban centers in the Olmec heartland, settlements that featured sophisticated drainage systems, ceremonial complexes, and evidence of long-distance trade networks extending across Mesoamerica. The tools used to create these masterpieces remain a subject of intense speculation. Experimental archaeology has attempted to replicate Olmec carving techniques using period-appropriate tools, but the results fall far short of the precision and artistry evident in the original heads. The smooth surfaces, intricate details, and perfect proportions suggest knowledge of advanced carving techniques that have been lost to time. Perhaps most intriguingly, several heads show evidence of modification or restoration in antiquity. The Olmec themselves apparently revisited these monuments, altering features, adding details, or repairing damage. This suggests the heads remained culturally significant long after their initial creation, serving as focal points for religious or ceremonial activities across multiple generations. The mystery deepens when we consider what became of the Olmec civilization itself. Around 400 BCE, their great centers were abandoned, their monuments carefully buried, and their people seemingly vanished from history. They left behind no written records, no clear successors, and no explanation for their disappearance. The colossal heads stand as silent witnesses to a sophisticated culture that achieved remarkable artistic and technical feats before fading into the mists of prehistory. Modern scanning techniques have revealed that several heads contain internal cavities and passages, suggesting they may have served functions beyond mere sculpture. Some researchers propose these chambers could have been used for acoustic purposes, amplifying sounds during ceremonies, or they might have held sacred objects or offerings. The full extent of these internal structures remains unknown, as invasive examination could damage these irreplaceable artifacts. Each head continues to guard its secrets, 17 stone sentinels, watching over a civilization that mastered monumental sculpture, advanced agriculture, and complex social organization, 2 millennia before the European conquest. They challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities and remind us that human ingenuity has always found ways to transcend apparent limitations. In their silent presence, the Olmec colossal heads preserve mysteries that may never be fully solved, keeping alive the wonder of a vanished world. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang. 2,000 years ago, China's first emperor made a decision that would create one of archaeology's most tantalizing mysteries. Qin Shi Huang ordered the construction of a tomb so elaborate, so filled with deadly traps and impossible wonders, that even today's most advanced technology cannot safely breach its secrets. The tomb remains sealed, not because we lack the tools to open it, but because what lies within might be too dangerous to disturb. In 1974, farmers digging a well near Xi'an stumbled upon fragments of terracotta that would lead to one of the century's greatest archaeological discoveries. The Terracotta Army, thousands of life-sized clay warriors standing guard in perfect formation. But these soldiers weren't the tomb itself. They were merely the outer perimeter of something far more extraordinary. The actual burial chamber of Qin Shi Huang lies beneath a massive earthen mound, still untouched after more than 2 millennia. Ancient Chinese historian Sima Qian, writing just over a century after the emperor's death, described what waited inside, with details so specific they read like an engineering blueprint. According to Sima Qian's records, the tomb contains a scale model of the emperor's domain. Rivers of mercury flow perpetually through channels carved to mirror the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. Above this liquid landscape, the ceiling sparkles with pearls and precious stones arranged to mirror the constellations. Whale oil lamps were designed to burn for centuries, illuminating this underground universe where the emperor would rule for eternity. The most chilling detail? Crossbows rigged with automatic triggers, positioned to kill anyone who dared enter without permission. Modern scientists have found unsettling evidence that Sima Qian's account might be accurate. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed a complex structure beneath the burial mound. Soil samples from the area show mercury concentrations nearly 300 times higher than normal levels. The mercury readings follow patterns that align remarkably well with the course of ancient Chinese rivers. Dr. Li Shuzhen, a senior archaeologist with the Museum of Qin Shi Huang's Terracotta Army, has spent decades studying the site. Her team's findings suggest the tomb's construction involved engineering techniques that challenge our understanding of ancient Chinese capabilities. The burial chamber appears to be sealed within multiple layers of specially treated clay, creating an environment that might have preserved organic materials for over 2,000 years. The preservation possibilities are staggering. If the tomb truly contains what ancient records claim, archaeologists might find silk tapestries depicting daily life from the Qin dynasty, written scrolls containing lost historical accounts, and artifacts that could rewrite our understanding of ancient Chinese technology and culture. But the mercury presents a genuine hazard. If the ancient engineers successfully created flowing rivers of liquid mercury, opening the tomb could release toxic vapors that would prove fatal to any excavation team. The emperor's final protection might be more deadly than any crossbow trap. The Chinese government has made the difficult decision to leave the tomb sealed, at least for now. The risks to both human life and potential artifacts are too great. Advanced ventilation systems and protective equipment might eventually make exploration possible, but the technology doesn't exist yet to guarantee safety. This restraint has created an almost unbearable tension in the archaeological community. Ground-penetrating radar suggests the tomb contains chambers filled with artifacts. Electromagnetic surveys hint at metal objects arranged in patterns that might represent the emperor's palace complex. Every piece of evidence points to discoveries that could rival the opening of King Tutankhamun's tomb. The waiting game reveals something profound about the emperor's legacy. Qin Shi Huang unified China, standardized currency and writing systems, and began construction of what would become the Great Wall. His tomb appears to be his final act of unification, bringing together the most advanced engineering, artistry, and wealth of his era into one sealed chamber. The psychological impact of an unopened tomb cannot be overstated. Unlike most archaeological sites which have been disturbed by grave robbers or natural decay, this burial chamber exists in a state of perfect possibility. Everything we hope to find about ancient Chinese civilization might lie intact, waiting in the darkness. Recent technological advances have offered tantalizing glimpses without requiring excavation. Muon tomography, the same technology used to scan the Great Pyramid, has revealed empty spaces within the tomb structure. These voids suggest chambers large enough to contain the palaces and gardens described in ancient texts. The Mercury rivers present the most fascinating puzzle. Ancient Chinese alchemists were skilled in working with mercury, believing it held properties that could grant immortality. The emperor's obsession with eternal life led him to consume mercury-based elixirs, which ultimately contributed to his death. The irony is stark. The very substance he believed would grant him eternal life now guards his tomb against intrusion. Some researchers speculate that the flowing mercury might have served multiple purposes. Beyond creating a model landscape, the liquid metal could have acted as a preservative, maintaining stable humidity and temperature within the sealed chambers. The toxicity that now keeps archaeologists away might have originally deterred ancient grave robbers, protecting the tomb's contents for millennia. The tomb's influence extends beyond archaeology into questions of cultural preservation and scientific ethics. Should we risk disturbing a site that has remained intact for 2,000 years? The artifacts inside might advance our understanding of ancient Chinese civilization, but opening the tomb could destroy the very treasures we hope to study. The emperor's final riddle remains unsolved. Are we looking at the ultimate expression of ancient Chinese engineering, or have 2 millennia of legend and speculation created expectations that reality cannot match? The only way to know for certain requires crossing a threshold that might prove irreversible. Somewhere beneath the earth near Xi'an, mercury rivers flow in eternal darkness, carrying the secrets of China's first emperor through landscapes no living person has ever seen. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang waits, patient and deadly, holding its mysteries close. Perhaps that's exactly what the emperor intended, a final victory over time itself, achieved through the simple act of remaining forever unopened. The Rosetta Stone. In 1799, a French soldier named Pierre-François Bouchard was reinforcing a fort wall near the town of Rosetta when his shovel struck something that would change our understanding of ancient Egypt forever. What he unearthed wasn't just a broken piece of stone, it was a key that had been waiting over 15 centuries for someone to turn it. The slab weighed 3/4 of a ton and bore 3 distinct scripts carved into its dark surface. Ancient Greek flowed across the bottom, familiar hieroglyphs crowned the top, and between them sat Demotic script, the everyday writing of ancient Egypt. At first glance, it seemed like a fortunate discovery. 3 languages saying the same thing, with Greek providing the translation key to unlock hieroglyphic mysteries. But Pierre-François had stumbled upon something far more complex than a simple translation tool. The stone itself raises questions that we're still grappling with today. Who placed it there? Why was it broken? And most intriguingly, was its discovery as accidental as it appeared? The text itself tells us about a decree issued by priests in Memphis around 196 BCE, honoring the 13-year-old Ptolemy V. Standard royal propaganda, really. Tax exemptions, temple privileges, the usual political maneuvering wrapped in religious ceremony. Nothing earth-shattering about the content, yet this unremarkable administrative document became the most significant archaeological find of the 18th century. What strikes researchers today is the stone's condition when Bouchard found it. The top corner was missing, taking with it crucial hieroglyphic text. The bottom had been broken away, removing the end of the Greek inscription. Damage patterns suggest deliberate breakage rather than natural weathering or accidental destruction. Someone had systematically damaged this stone, but left enough intact to serve as a translation key. French scholar Jean-Joseph Marcel immediately recognized the stone's potential value. Within months, ink impressions were being distributed to scholars across Europe. The race to decode hieroglyphs had begun. What followed was 23 years of intellectual warfare between some of the brightest minds in linguistics. Jean-François Champollion ultimately cracked the code in 1822, but his breakthrough came through methods that seem almost impossibly intuitive. He focused on the cartouches, the oval rings surrounding royal names, and made the conceptual leap that hieroglyphs weren't purely symbolic, but contained phonetic elements. This insight revolutionized Egyptology overnight. Here's where the story becomes genuinely puzzling. Champollion had access to other bilingual texts, yet none provided the breakthrough the Rosetta Stone did. The British Museum's Thomas Young had been working with the same inscriptions for years, making significant progress, but never achieving the complete decipherment. Something about this particular stone provided the missing pieces. Modern analysis reveals aspects of the Rosetta Stone that weren't apparent to 19th century scholars. The hieroglyphic text contains subtle variations from standard royal decrees of the period. Certain phrases appear nowhere else in Egyptian literature. The Demotic script includes regional dialect markers that shouldn't exist in an official Memphis decree. These anomalies suggest the stone wasn't created through normal administrative channels. The stone's original location remains contentious. French records indicate Bouchard found it built into a wall as construction material, apparently repurposed from its original setting. But Ottoman records from the same period mention a similar stone being moved from Alexandria to Rosetta decades earlier. Local testimony collected by British officers suggests the stone had been deliberately buried near the fort, not built into its walls. Napoleon's Egyptian campaign had attracted scholars specifically hunting for bilingual texts. The French knew that decoding hieroglyphs would require exactly what the Rosetta Stone provided: parallel texts in known and unknown languages. Their expedition included linguists, archaeologists, and antiquarians specifically tasked with finding such artifacts. The timing feels almost orchestrated. Napoleon's scholars arrive in Egypt seeking translation keys. A French soldier, working on fortifications in a strategically important location, discovers the perfect artifact within months of their arrival. The stone appears to have been positioned where French forces would inevitably find it during their occupation. British acquisition of the stone following French defeat adds another layer of complexity. The Treaty of Alexandria specifically mentioned the stone by name, unusual for military negotiations typically concerned with territory and troops. Someone in British command understood its significance before scholars had even begun serious translation work. Dr. Richard Parkinson of the British Museum points out that the stone's fracture patterns are inconsistent with construction use. The breaks are too clean, too precise for a stone being casually repurposed as building material. The damage appears calculated to remove specific text while preserving the multilingual nature that made decipherment possible. Recent geological analysis has identified the stone's granite as coming from Aswan, nearly 500 miles south of Memphis where the decree was supposedly issued. Ptolemaic inscriptions were typically carved locally, using readily available materials. Transporting this particular granite to Memphis would have required significant expense and effort. The stone's creators chose an unusual three-language format. Most Ptolemaic decrees were bilingual, Greek and Egyptian. Adding Demotic script alongside hieroglyphs was unnecessary for administrative purposes. The triple inscription feels deliberately designed for future decipherment rather than contemporary communication. Archaeological evidence suggests the stone was moved multiple times before reaching Rosetta. Dust samples embedded in the carved text contain mineral traces from at least 3 different locations. The stone's journey across Egypt appears to have been as complex as its eventual discovery. What emerges is a picture of careful orchestration spanning centuries. The stone was created with unusual characteristics, moved repeatedly across Egypt, strategically damaged to remove identifying information, and positioned where occupying European forces would discover it. Each step suggests planning rather than coincidence. The Rosetta Stone unlocked ancient Egyptian civilization for modern scholarship, but it also raises profound questions about historical manipulation, the nature of archaeological discovery, and the possibility that some artifacts are meant to be found. In seeking to decode ancient Egypt, we may have uncovered evidence of something far more sophisticated, a civilization capable of ensuring its own rediscovery across millennia. The stone that opened Egypt's secrets keeps its own counsel, guarding mysteries that may prove more significant than the language it revealed. The mystery of Roanoke Island. When Sir Walter Raleigh's supply ship finally reached the shores of what would become North Carolina in 1590, the crew expected to find a thriving settlement. Instead, they discovered empty houses, overgrown gardens, and a silence that seemed to swallow sound itself. The colony of Roanoke Island had vanished without a trace, almost without a trace. 3 years earlier, John White had left behind 115 colonists, including his daughter Eleanor and his granddaughter Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the New World. When he returned, he found only weathered timber, and a single word carved into a wooden post: Croatoan. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no explanation for where an entire community had gone. The mystery deepens when you consider what White didn't find. The colonists had agreed on a specific signal system before his departure. If they faced trouble and needed to relocate, they would carve their destination into a tree or post. If they were in immediate danger, they would add a Maltese cross above the message. White found the word Croatoan carved clearly into the palisade post, but no cross. This suggested the colonists had left willingly, following some plan rather than fleeing in panic. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island, now called Hatteras Island, home to friendly Native American tribes who had maintained peaceful relations with the English settlers. The logical assumption would be that the colonists had simply relocated there, but when White attempted to sail to Croatoan Island to search for the missing settlers, a violent storm damaged his ship's anchor cable and forced him back to England. He would never return to the New World, never learn the fate of his family, never solve the puzzle he'd discovered. What makes the Roanoke mystery particularly haunting is how thoroughly the colonists seem to have vanished. These weren't a few individuals who might have wandered off or been taken. This was an entire community. Men, women, children, craftsmen, soldiers, and leaders. They had tools, weapons, supplies, and livestock. They had built homes and established relationships with local tribes. They had reasons to stay and resources to survive. Archaeological investigations over the past century have yielded tantalizing but inconclusive evidence. Excavations on Hatteras Island have uncovered European artifacts dating to the late 16th century, pieces of military equipment, jewelry, and tools that could have belonged to the lost colonists, but they could equally have come from other European encounters with the region. The artifacts prove contact, but not necessarily the presence of the Roanoke settlers. More intriguing are the reports that emerged in the decades following the disappearance. Early 17th century accounts describe encounters with Native Americans who possessed European features and spoke fragments of English. Some claim to have seen blonde-haired, blue-eyed children among certain tribes. Others reported meeting Native Americans who could recite the Lord's Prayer or who possessed European-style tools and weapons that weren't obtained through trade. In 1607, when the Jamestown colonists arrived in Virginia, they actively searched for survivors of the Roanoke colony. Captain John Smith recorded conversations with Chief Powhatan, who claimed his warriors had destroyed a settlement of white men living with the Chesapeake tribe. According to Powhatan, these white men had lived peacefully with the tribe for many years before the attack. The timeline and location could fit the Roanoke colonists, but Smith's account came secondhand and decades after the fact. The truth may lie in a combination of factors that no single theory can fully explain. The colonists may have indeed relocated to Croatoan Island initially, as their carved message suggested, but faced with limited resources on a barrier island frequently battered by storms, they may have dispersed further. Some could have integrated with Native American communities, intermarrying and gradually becoming absorbed into tribal life. Others might have attempted to return to England and perished at sea. Still others could have tried to reach the Chesapeake Bay area, where they'd originally planned to settle. What's often overlooked in discussions of the Roanoke mystery is the context of the times. The 1580s were a period of intense conflict between Spain and England. Spanish ships regularly patrolled the North American coast, viewing any English settlement as a threat to their territorial claims. The colonists would have been aware of this danger. They might have scattered or hidden to avoid detection, planning to regroup when White returned with supplies. The environmental factors also played a crucial role. Tree ring analysis has revealed that the Roanoke colony was established during one of the worst droughts in the region's history. The years 1587 to 1589 saw severely reduced rainfall, which would have made agriculture difficult and strained relationships with Native American tribes who were also struggling with crop failures. Modern DNA testing has attempted to trace potential descendants of the lost colonists among contemporary Native American populations, but the results remain inconclusive. Centuries of intermixing and migration have made it nearly impossible to identify specific genetic markers that could definitively link modern individuals to the Roanoke settlers. The mystery of Roanoke Island represents more than just a historical puzzle. It embodies the precarious nature of early European colonization attempts and the complex relationships between settlers and indigenous peoples. It reminds us that history is full of gaps, moments where the human story simply vanishes into uncertainty. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the Roanoke mystery is how completely it challenges our assumptions about permanence and trace. We expect human communities to leave behind evidence of their existence, even in disaster or conflict. The near-total disappearance of the Roanoke colonists suggests circumstances so unusual, so perfectly aligned to erase their presence, that we may never fully understand what happened on that remote island over 4 centuries ago. The word Croatoan remains carved, not just in wood, but in the American consciousness, a reminder that some mysteries resist solution, no matter how much time passes or how sophisticated our investigative techniques become. The secret cities of the Amazon. When geophysicist Dr. Alceu Ranzi first noticed the geometric patterns while flying over western Brazil in 1977, he assumed they were natural formations. The perfectly symmetrical earthworks stretching across acre after acre of Amazon rainforest seemed too deliberate, too complex to be anything else. But as deforestation continued over the following decades, more patterns emerged from beneath the canopy. Squares, circles, octagons, all carved into the earth with mathematical precision. What Ranzi had stumbled upon would fundamentally challenge everything we thought we knew about pre-Columbian South America. The Amazon rainforest covers 2.1 million square miles, most of it completely unexplored by modern archaeology. For centuries, the prevailing academic view held that this vast green expanse was largely uninhabited before European contact, a pristine wilderness supporting only scattered hunter-gatherer tribes. The forest was simply too hostile, too nutrient-poor to sustain large civilizations. Yet beneath that green canopy, an entirely different story was taking shape. The geometric earthworks Ranzi discovered, now known as geoglyphs, number in the hundreds. Each one represents thousands of hours of coordinated labor, requiring sophisticated knowledge of engineering and astronomy. The largest spans over 1,000 feet in diameter. Carbon dating places their construction between 1,000 and 2,000 years ago, when the Amazon was supposedly uninhabited by complex societies. But the geoglyphs were just the beginning. In 2008, archaeologist Michael Heckenberger published findings from his work in the Upper Singu region that sent shockwaves through the academic community. Using a combination of satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and traditional excavation techniques, his team had uncovered evidence of a vast interconnected network of settlements. Roads, bridges, canals, and plazas, all hidden beneath centuries of forest growth. The scale was staggering. Heckenberger estimated that the region once supported populations of 50,000 people or more, connected by a transportation network that would have rivaled anything in medieval Europe. The settlements showed clear evidence of urban planning, with residential areas, ceremonial centers, and agricultural zones carefully organized around central plazas. What made the discovery even more remarkable was the sophistication of the agricultural systems. The ancient inhabitants had transformed vast areas of naturally nutrient-poor soil into what researchers now call terra preta, incredibly fertile black earth that remains productive to this day. This wasn't accidental. Chemical analysis reveals a deliberate process of soil enhancement using charcoal, organic waste, and other materials that created a sustainable agricultural foundation capable of supporting large populations. The implications were profound. If such complex civilizations had existed in one part of the Amazon, what lay hidden in the other 99% of the forest that remained archaeologically unexplored? That question gained urgency in 2018, when LiDAR technology began revealing the true extent of ancient human presence in the Amazon. This ground-penetrating laser system, deployed from aircraft, can map surface features beneath dense forest canopy with unprecedented accuracy. The results were extraordinary. LiDAR surveys in Bolivia revealed a network of settlements in the Llanos de Moxos region that may have housed over 100,000 people. Raised fields, causeways, and ceremonial mounds stretched across hundreds of square miles. The complexity of the water management systems, designed to handle both flooding and drought, demonstrated an understanding of hydraulic engineering that wouldn't be matched in Europe for centuries. Similar discoveries followed across the Amazon basin. In 2020, researchers using LiDAR in eastern Ecuador uncovered evidence of settlements dating back 2,500 years, complete with earthen pyramids and elaborate drainage systems. The settlements showed no signs of warfare or defensive fortifications, suggesting a level of social organization that prioritized cooperation over conflict. Perhaps most intriguingly, many of these discoveries challenge our understanding of how civilizations develop. The traditional archaeological model assumes that complex societies emerge from agricultural surplus, which leads to social stratification, specialization, and eventually urban centers. But the Amazon civilizations seem to have developed differently. They were simultaneously urban and rural, sophisticated and sustainable, complex and egalitarian. The discovery of these lost cities raises uncomfortable questions about the scale of devastation that followed European contact. Historical accounts describe thriving indigenous cities along the Amazon River when the first Spanish explorers arrived in the 16th century. Francisco de Orellana's 1542 expedition reported settlements stretching for miles along the riverbanks, with populations that seemed to dwarf anything in Europe. But when subsequent explorers arrived decades later, they found only scattered villages and empty forest. The cities had vanished. For centuries, historians dismissed the early accounts as exaggeration or fantasy. The archaeological evidence now suggests they were accurate descriptions of a civilization in its final death throes. Disease, introduced by European contact, had preceded the explorers into the Amazon interior. Conservative estimates suggest that 90% of the indigenous population died from smallpox, measles, and other Old World diseases in the century following first contact. Entire civilizations collapsed before they could be properly documented. The forest, deprived of the human management that had shaped it for millennia, began to reclaim the cities. Within a few generations, sophisticated urban centers had disappeared beneath dense canopy, leaving only traces for modern archaeology to uncover. What we're discovering as we peel back that green veil is a vision of human civilization that defies our expectations. These weren't primitive societies struggling to survive in a hostile environment. They were sophisticated cultures that had learned to work with their environment rather than against it. They had developed sustainable agricultural systems, complex social organizations, and architectural achievements that modern engineers struggle to understand. The Amazon contains thousands of archaeological sites that have never been excavated. Each new LiDAR survey reveals more cities, more roads, more evidence of human presence on a scale that would have made the Amazon basin one of the most densely populated regions on Earth before European contact. These discoveries force us to reconsider not just the history of the Americas, but the nature of civilization itself. The secret cities of the Amazon represent a different path of human development, one that achieved complexity without destroying the environment that sustained it. In the quiet spaces between the trees, beneath the endless green canopy, entire worlds wait to be rediscovered. Each revelation brings us closer to understanding what we lost when those cities fell silent, and what we might still learn from their whispered secrets. The underwater sphinx of Yonaguni. 25 meters below the surface of the Pacific Ocean, off the coast of Yonaguni Island, lies a structure that has divided the archaeological community for over 3 decades. When marine biologist Kihachiro Aratake first encountered these massive stone formations in 1987, he was simply looking for a new diving spot. What he found instead was a stepped pyramid rising from the ocean floor, complete with what appeared to be carved corridors, staircases, and ceremonial platforms. The discovery would ignite one of the most contentious debates in underwater archaeology. Had nature sculpted these precise geometric forms, or had human hands shaped them before the sea claimed them? The Yonaguni Monument, as it came to be known, stretches over 150 meters in length and rises nearly 25 meters from the seafloor. Its most striking feature is the main terrace, a massive platform that resembles the stepped pyramids found in ancient civilizations across the world. Sharp right angles dominate the structure, with what appear to be perfectly carved steps leading up its face. Channels run along its surface in straight lines, intersecting at precise 90-degree angles. The stone itself is sandstone, a material that could theoretically be carved by ancient tools. Yet the sheer scale and precision of the work suggests engineering capabilities far beyond what we typically associate with prehistoric Japan. Dr. Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has spent decades studying the monument. His measurements reveal features that seem almost impossibly precise for natural formation. The main staircase consists of steps that are remarkably uniform in height and depth. Rectangular holes puncture the stone at regular intervals, their edges sharp and clean. Most intriguingly, Kimura has identified what he believes to be carved symbols and even a crude statue of what might be a human head. These details, he argues, point to human intervention on a massive scale. The implications are staggering. If the Yonaguni monument is indeed artificial, it would have been constructed during the last ice age, when sea levels were significantly lower and the area was dry land. Geological evidence suggests this region was submerged approximately 10,000 years ago, placing any human construction well before the rise of known advanced civilizations in the area. This timeline would push back the history of sophisticated construction techniques in East Asia by millennia. Yet the scientific establishment remains largely skeptical. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University who has examined the site, argues that the monument's features can be explained by natural geological processes. Sandstone, he points out, naturally fractures along straight lines when subjected to tectonic pressure. The regular jointing patterns seen in the Yonaguni Formation are consistent with natural weathering and erosion. What appears to be human engineering, Schoch suggests, is simply the result of millions of years of geological activity in a tectonically active region. The debate extends beyond the monument itself to the surrounding area. Divers have reported finding what appear to be roads, bridges, and even smaller structures scattered around the main formation. Some claim to have discovered stone tools and pottery fragments, though these findings remain disputed. The waters around Yonaguni are notoriously difficult to navigate, with strong currents and limited visibility complicating detailed archaeological investigation. Cultural context adds another layer to the mystery. The Yonaguni region sits at the crossroads of ancient migration routes between mainland Asia and the Pacific Islands. Archaeological evidence from the area shows human presence dating back at least 30,000 years, though these early inhabitants are generally believed to have possessed only basic stone tools. The construction of a monument like the underwater formation would require not just advanced engineering knowledge, but also a sophisticated understanding of quarrying, transportation, and coordination of large workforces. Recent underwater surveys using advanced sonar and 3D mapping technology have revealed additional details that fuel both sides of the debate. The monument's geometric precision becomes even more apparent when viewed from above through digital reconstruction. Parallel lines run across the structure with mathematical regularity. The angles of the steps and platforms align with remarkable consistency. Yet these same surveys also reveal natural geological formations in the surrounding area that share some of the monument's characteristics, supporting the argument for natural origin. The controversy has attracted attention from beyond the archaeological community. Alternative history enthusiasts see the monument as evidence of advanced prehistoric civilizations, possibly connected to the lost continent of Mu or other legendary landmasses. Some have drawn parallels to similar underwater structures reported in other parts of the world, suggesting a global pattern of sunken ancient sites. These theories, while largely dismissed by mainstream academia, continue to generate public interest and fund ongoing research. Perhaps most intriguingly, the monument's discovery coincides with a broader reevaluation of human capabilities in prehistoric times. Recent archaeological findings at sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey have pushed back the timeline for sophisticated construction projects by thousands of years. The possibility that advanced civilizations existed earlier than previously thought has become more acceptable to the scientific community, though the specific case of Yonaguni remains contentious. The monument continues to attract researchers, divers, and curious visitors from around the world. Each expedition brings new observations, new measurements, and new interpretations. Some focus on the structure's alignment with celestial bodies, noting that certain angles appear to correspond to astronomical phenomena. Others examine the monument's relationship to the surrounding ecosystem, studying how marine life has adapted to the formations over millennia. As technology advances, New tools for underwater archaeology may eventually provide definitive answers about the monument's origin. Ground-penetrating radar adapted for underwater use, advanced carbon dating techniques, and improved methods for analyzing stone tool marks all hold promise for resolving the debate. Until then, the Yonaguni monument remains suspended between two worlds, the rational realm of geological science and the tantalizing possibility of a lost chapter in human history. The structure rests in the deep blue waters off Japan's coast, its secrets preserved in salt water and stone, waiting for the next generation of explorers to unlock its mysteries. The Piri Reis map. A Turkish naval captain named Piri Reis drew a map in 1513 that showed places he had never been, places that wouldn't officially be discovered for another 3 centuries. The map surfaced in 1929, tucked away in the archives of Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. When cartographers first examined it, they noticed something extraordinary. The coastline of South America was rendered with startling accuracy, but that wasn't the most unsettling part. The map showed the northern coast of Antarctica, in precise detail, without ice. Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820. The continent has been buried under ice for millions of years, yet somehow, Piri Reis had drawn its coastline as it would appear from above, free of the glacial sheet that has covered it since before human civilization began. In the margins of his map, Piri Reis left notes explaining his sources. He claimed to have used 20 older maps, including charts captured from Christopher Columbus himself. But even Columbus had never seen Antarctica. The oldest map Piri Reis referenced dated back to the 4th century BCE, created during the time of Alexander the Great. The mathematics of the projection troubled experts even more than the impossible geography. The map appeared to use a technique called azimuthal equidistant projection, centered on Cairo. This method shows the Earth as it would appear from a point in space directly above Egypt. It's a projection that requires understanding the planet's spherical nature and precise knowledge of longitude and latitude. Longitude wasn't accurately measurable until the invention of the marine chronometer in 1761, yet Piri Reis had somehow plotted coordinates with an accuracy that wouldn't be achieved by European cartographers for another 200 years. Professor Charles Hapgood of Keene State College spent decades analyzing the map. He discovered that the Antarctic coastline matched perfectly with seismic profiles taken in 1949 during the first comprehensive survey of the continent's subglacial topography. The correlation was so precise that the U.S. Air Force requested a formal analysis from their Arctic, Desert, and Tropic Information Center. The military's conclusion was unambiguous. Someone had mapped Antarctica before the Ice Age. The accuracy of the ancient source materials suggested a level of technological capability that historians claimed didn't exist in the ancient world. But the Piri Reis map wasn't an isolated anomaly. Similar cartographic impossibilities appeared elsewhere. The Orontius Phineas map of 1531 showed Antarctica as 2 separate landmasses connected by a narrow bridge, exactly as modern ice-penetrating radar revealed the continent's actual structure. The Mercator map of 1569 depicted Arctic islands that weren't rediscovered until the 20th century. These weren't crude approximations or lucky guesses. They were precise technical drawings that required sophisticated surveying techniques and mathematical knowledge that supposedly didn't exist when they were created. The level of detail suggested aerial observation, but human flight wouldn't be achieved for another 400 years. The Turkish admiral himself provided few clues about his extraordinary sources. Born around 1465, Piri Reis served under his uncle Kemal Reis, one of the most successful Ottoman naval commanders. He had access to captured charts from Spanish and Portuguese expeditions, but these European sources couldn't explain the map's most impossible features. In his own writings, Piri Reis mentioned studying ancient maps from the Library of Alexandria, that legendary repository of knowledge destroyed in antiquity. He claimed some of his source materials were drawn in the days of Alexander, Lord of the Two Horns, suggesting a connection to pre-Christian geographical knowledge that had somehow survived the centuries. The reference to Alexander was particularly intriguing. Ancient texts describe Alexander's campaigns reaching lands beyond the known world, and several classical sources mention maps of territories that couldn't be verified until the age of exploration. The admiral's notes suggested he had access to this lost geographical tradition. Modern analysis revealed other puzzling aspects. The map's accuracy varied dramatically by region. Areas known to 16th century Europeans were drawn with typical period precision, while the impossible regions showed a level of detail that exceeded contemporary capabilities. This pattern suggested Piri Reis was working from multiple sources of vastly different quality and age. The most disturbing element was the map's perspective. It showed the Earth's curvature and continental relationships as they would appear from high altitude, using a projection that required understanding the planet's true shape and size. This wasn't knowledge available to medieval mapmakers, yet somehow an Ottoman naval officer had reproduced it perfectly. Satellite imagery from the 1960s confirmed details that couldn't be verified any other way. Island chains in the Caribbean appeared exactly as they would from space, including formations that were underwater by the 16th century. The precision extended to mathematical relationships between land masses that required spherical trigonometry to calculate. The implications troubled historians who insisted that such advanced geographical knowledge couldn't have existed in antiquity. If the map was accurate, it meant either ancient civilizations possessed technology far beyond what archaeological evidence suggested, or the cartographic tradition preserved information from an even more remote period. Recent geological surveys have added another layer to the mystery. The Antarctic coastline shown on the map matches the continent's topography before the last ice age, roughly 12,000 years ago. This was long before any known civilization possessed the maritime capability to reach the southern continent, let alone map it with such precision. The Antarctic enigma remains unsolved. No archaeological evidence supports the existence of ancient civilizations capable of global exploration and aerial mapping. Yet the mathematical precision of the Piri Reis map suggests exactly that kind of advanced capability. We're left with a document that shows impossible knowledge rendered with scientific accuracy, created by a man who claimed to be copying even older sources. The map continues to challenge our understanding of ancient geographical knowledge. It represents either the preservation of information from a lost technological civilization, or evidence that our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient peoples are fundamentally incomplete. The ancient astronaut theories. In 1968, author Erich von Däniken published a book that would fundamentally challenge how we think about human history. Chariots of the Gods posed a simple yet revolutionary question. What if ancient civilizations received help from visitors beyond our world? The book sparked decades of debate, ridicule, and renewed investigation into artifacts that seemed impossibly advanced for their time. Von Däniken wasn't the first to notice these anomalies. Throughout the 20th century, archaeologists, engineers, and historians had been quietly cataloging discoveries that didn't fit conventional timelines. Stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons, moved with precision that challenges modern machinery. Carvings depicting figures in what appear to be spacesuits or helmets. Ancient texts describing flying vehicles and beings descending from the sky. The ancient astronaut theory suggests that extraterrestrial beings visited Earth thousands of years ago, sharing knowledge and technology with early human civilizations. Proponents argue this explains the sudden leaps in human development, the construction of megalithic structures, and the remarkable similarities between myths and legends across isolated cultures worldwide. Consider the Sumerian tablets, some of humanity's oldest written records. These cuneiform inscriptions describe the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and taught humans agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy. Translated literally, Anunnaki means those who from heaven to earth came. The tablets describe these beings as possessing advanced knowledge and technology, capable of flight and genetic manipulation. Mainstream archaeology interprets these as mythological stories, symbolic representations of natural forces, or early attempts to explain the unknown. But ancient astronaut theorists point to the specificity of the descriptions. The Sumerian creation myth doesn't speak in vague metaphors about gods breathing life into clay. It describes precise genetic procedures, the mixing of divine essence with earthly matter to create a new form of life. Moving across the globe, we find similar patterns. The Mahabharata, one of India's great epics, describes vimanas, flying vehicles capable of traveling vast distances, even to other worlds. The text provides detailed specifications for these craft, including their construction materials, power sources, and operational procedures. Some passages read less like mythology and more like technical manuals. The ancient astronaut interpretation suggests these weren't products of imagination, but historical accounts of real technology. The consistency of flying vehicle descriptions across cultures that had no known contact with each other raises compelling questions about shared experiences versus shared fantasy. In South America, the Nazca lines present another puzzle. These massive geoglyphs, carved into the Peruvian desert, stretch for kilometers and depict animals, geometric patterns, and humanoid figures. The lines are only fully visible from the air, leading ancient astronaut theorists to suggest they were created as landing strips or navigation aids for aerial visitors. The precision of the Nazca lines challenges conventional explanations. The straight lines maintain their direction across hills and valleys, with an accuracy that would require aerial surveying. The animal figures display proportions and perspectives that suggest an elevated viewpoint during their creation. Local Nazca mythology speaks of beings who came from the sky, taught the people various skills, and eventually departed, promising to return. The desert's extreme dryness has preserved these lines for centuries, almost as if they were meant to endure as signals or messages for future aerial visitors. The ancient astronaut theory also addresses the megalithic construction enigma. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, massive stone blocks weighing over 100 tons were quarried from sources miles away, transported across difficult terrain, and fitted together with tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters. The precision rivals modern machining capabilities. Traditional archaeology suggests these achievements represent the pinnacle of human ingenuity, using available tools and techniques. But experimental archaeology has struggled to replicate these feats using period-appropriate methods. The ancient astronaut explanation proposes that advanced beings provided either the technology or the knowledge necessary for such construction. Easter Island's Moai statues present similar questions. Recent discoveries have revealed that these iconic heads possess full bodies buried beneath centuries of sediment. The complete figures display intricate details and proportions that required sophisticated understanding of engineering and stone carving. The oral traditions of Rapa Nui speak of the Moai walking into position, guided by the mana of the ancestors. Some researchers interpret this as evidence of advanced lifting and moving technology, possibly provided by visitors from elsewhere. The precise balance points of the Moai suggest they were designed to be moved in an upright position, using techniques that remain mysterious today. The ancient astronaut theory extends beyond physical artifacts to genetic puzzles. The rapid development of human intelligence, the missing links in evolutionary chains, and the presence of so-called junk DNA that seems to serve no current purpose all factor into these discussions. Sumerian texts describe genetic modifications performed by the Anunnaki, creating humans as a hybrid species, while mainstream science views human evolution as a gradual process driven by natural selection. Ancient astronaut theorists point to sudden developmental leaps that seem to occur without clear evolutionary pressure. Critics of ancient astronaut theories argue that these interpretations underestimate human creativity and capability. They contend that attributing ancient achievements to extraterrestrial intervention diminishes the remarkable ingenuity of our ancestors. The sophisticated understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering demonstrated by ancient civilizations reflects human intelligence, not alien intervention. The debate continues because the evidence remains genuinely puzzling. The precision of ancient construction, the advanced knowledge embedded in old texts, and the consistent themes across isolated cultures create a body of phenomena that challenges simple explanations. Modern technology has begun revealing new layers to these mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar has discovered hidden chambers in pyramids. LiDAR has unveiled vast urban complexes beneath jungle canopies, and satellite imagery has revealed construction patterns invisible from ground level. Each discovery adds complexity to questions that seemed settled. The ancient astronaut theory persists not because it provides definitive answers, but because it addresses gaps in our understanding that conventional explanations haven't fully bridged. Whether these mysteries reflect extraterrestrial contact, lost human civilizations, or simply the limits of our current archaeological knowledge remains an open question. The search for answers continues, driven by humanity's eternal curiosity about our origins and our place in the cosmos. Nan Madol, Pacific's Venice. Deep in the Pacific, where the endless blue meets scattered volcanic islands, lies a construction project that defies every assumption we hold about ancient capabilities. Nan Madol stretches across the lagoon of Pohnpei like a stone dream made manifest. 92 artificial islands connected by canals, built from basalt logs that weigh up to 50 tons each. The locals call it the Venice of the Pacific, but that comparison barely scratches the surface of what we're looking at here. When you first see aerial photographs of Nan Madol, your mind struggles to process the scale. This isn't a small ceremonial site tucked away in some jungle clearing. We're talking about 170 acres of carefully constructed artificial islands, each one built from precisely fitted basalt columns that look like they were placed yesterday, not centuries ago. The entire complex required an estimated 250,000 tons of basalt, moved, shaped, and assembled in the middle of a lagoon, using methods that remain completely unclear. The engineering challenges alone should have made this project impossible for any pre-industrial civilization. These weren't small building stones that could be carried by hand. Many of the basalt logs stretch 20 feet in length and weigh multiple tons. They had to be quarried from sites across Pohnpei, somehow transported across water, and then lifted into place with mathematical precision. The walls of some structures rise 40 feet above the water level, creating fortress-like enclosures that have withstood Pacific storms for over 800 years. Local oral traditions speak of the Saudoler dynasty, twin sorcerers who supposedly commanded the basalt logs to fly through the air and arrange themselves into the complex we see today. While we can dismiss the magical elements, the underlying message is clear. Even the people who built Nan Madol understood that what they were attempting bordered on the impossible. The legends describe a massive workforce laboring for generations, but archaeologists have found surprisingly little evidence of the infrastructure such a project would require. The mystery deepens when you examine the construction techniques. The basalt columns fit together using a method called log cabin-style stacking, where each layer is laid perpendicular to the one below. No mortar binds these stones together. They're held in place purely by weight, friction, and engineering precision. This technique creates structures that are both incredibly strong and slightly flexible, allowing them to move with earthquakes and storm surges without collapsing. Modern engineers studying the site have expressed genuine admiration for the sophistication of the approach, but the technical achievements raise an uncomfortable question. Why go to all this trouble? Why not build on dry land like every other ancient civilization? The answer might lie in the purpose Nan Madol served. This wasn't a city in any conventional sense. Archaeological evidence suggests it was a ceremonial and administrative center, a place where the ruling class conducted rituals and governed the scattered islands of what we now call Micronesia. The artificial islands were specialized, some for religious ceremonies, others for administrative functions, still others for the burial of important leaders. The Royal Mortuary Complex occupies the southeastern section of Nan Madol, where massive stone crypts rise from the water like ancient monuments to power. These burial chambers contained not just human remains, but also artifacts that hint at long-distance trade networks spanning thousands of miles of open ocean. Shell ornaments from the Philippines, pottery from distant island chains, tools made from materials that don't exist naturally on Pohnpei. The evidence suggests that Nan Madol was the center of a maritime empire that controlled trade routes across a vast section of the Pacific. Carbon dating places the major construction phase between 1200 and 1600 CE, coinciding with a period of unusual stability in Pacific weather patterns. Some researchers suggest that the builders took advantage of predictable currents and wind patterns to transport materials, but this still doesn't explain the logistics of moving 50-ton basalt logs across open water using traditional outrigger canoes. The mathematics simply don't work with any known ancient technology. The abandonment of Nan Madol presents its own puzzle. By the time European explorers arrived in the 1800s, the site was already deserted, slowly being reclaimed by tropical vegetation. Local traditions speak of a gradual decline, with the ruling dynasty eventually losing control over the outer islands. But archaeological evidence suggests the abandonment happened relatively suddenly, as if the entire population simply walked away from centuries of investment and construction. Recent underwater surveys around Nan Madol have revealed even more intriguing possibilities. Sonar mapping has detected what appear to be additional structures beneath the lagoon, suggesting that the visible complex might be only part of a much larger construction project. Rising sea levels over the past millennium could have submerged entire sections of the original site, leaving us with just the highest points of what was once an even more massive undertaking. The current state of Nan Madol reflects the challenges facing many remote archaeological sites. Climate change is accelerating the deterioration of the basalt structures, while limited resources make comprehensive preservation efforts nearly impossible. UNESCO has designated the site as both a World Heritage Site and a site in danger, acknowledging both its global importance and its vulnerability to environmental threats. What drives a civilization to build something like Nan Madol? The answer might lie not in practical considerations, but in the deeper human need to create something that transcends the ordinary limits of possibility. These artificial islands represent a statement carved in stone and set in water, a declaration that human ingenuity can overcome even the most challenging natural obstacles. The builders of Nan Madol didn't just construct a ceremonial center, they created a monument to the power of collective human ambition, one that continues to challenge our understanding of what ancient civilizations could achieve. In the end, Nan Madol remains what it has always been, a question mark written in basalt and surrounded by the endless Pacific, waiting for answers that may never come. The Secret Library of the Vatican. 3 research teams have been denied permission to examine a single shelf in the Vatican's secret archives. The official response remains unchanged for over 4 decades. Access restricted for preservation purposes. Yet preservation of what exactly remains deliberately unclear. Behind those carefully guarded walls lies perhaps the most extensive collection of human knowledge ever assembled, spanning 2 millennia of carefully curated documents, manuscripts, and artifacts that have shaped the course of civilization. The Vatican Secret Archives, officially renamed the Vatican Apostolic Archives in 2019, houses over 53 miles of shelving, containing an estimated 12 million documents. The name change, Vatican officials claimed, was meant to clarify that secreto in Latin simply means private rather than hidden. Yet the distinction feels somewhat hollow when access remains virtually impossible for independent researchers seeking answers to history's most persistent questions. Dr. Barbara Frale, one of the few external scholars granted limited access to specific sections, made headlines in 2007 when she discovered the Chinon parchment. This 700-year-old document revealed that Pope Clement V had secretly absolved the Knights Templar of heresy charges in 1308, 3 years before the order's official dissolution. The implications were staggering. If such a significant revision to medieval history could remain hidden for 7 centuries, what other corrections to our understanding of the past might be waiting in those temperature-controlled vaults? The archive's origins trace back to the 4th century, when Pope Damasus I began systematically collecting and preserving documents. By the 8th century, the collection had grown substantial enough to require dedicated archivists, but the modern structure emerged in 1612 under Pope Paul V, who consolidated scattered papal documents into a centralized, restricted repository. The timing was strategic, occurring during the Counter-Reformation, when controlling information flow became crucial to church authority. Consider the mathematical impossibility of the collection's survival. Through the fall of Rome, medieval invasions, Renaissance political upheavals, 2 world wars, and countless other disasters, these documents have remained largely intact. The statistical probability of preserving such a vast archive across 16 centuries approaches 0 without extraordinary protective measures, and perhaps more significantly, extraordinary content deemed worthy of such protection. Cardinal José Tolentino Calasa de Mendonça, the current Vatican archivist, acknowledges that approximately 95% of the archives remain uncatalogued. This isn't merely an administrative backlog. Many documents are written in languages and scripts that modern scholars lack the expertise to decipher. Others are encoded using systems that died with their creators. The Vatican employs paleographers, cryptographers, and linguists from around the world, yet progress remains glacially slow. The physics of the archives themselves suggest contents far more significant than routine papal correspondence. The underground storage areas extend several stories beneath Vatican City, reinforced with climate control systems that maintain exact temperature and humidity levels. Motion sensors, restricted elevator access, and multiple security checkpoints protect documents that, officially, contain nothing more sensitive than administrative records and theological discussions. In 2019, Pope Francis opened a portion of the archives related to Pope Pius XII's wartime papacy, spanning 1939 to 1958. The decision followed decades of pressure from historians seeking clarity about the Vatican's role during World War II. Yet even this limited opening revealed careful curation. Researchers found gaps in documentation, missing months of correspondence, and entire series of documents that end abruptly without explanation. Dr. David Kurtzer, a Brown University historian who examined the Pius XII papers, noted an unusual pattern in the filing system. Documents are organized not chronologically, but by subject matter, using a classification system that predates modern archival standards. This makes comprehensive research nearly impossible without extensive Vatican cooperation, which is rarely granted. The system appears designed to prevent researchers from connecting disparate pieces of information into larger narratives. The archive's contents reportedly include Galileo's original trial transcripts, correspondence between Pope Pius XII and world leaders during World War II, and documents related to the Borgia's political machinations. But these confirmed holdings represent only the surface layer of a collection that has absorbed knowledge from across the Catholic world for centuries. Medieval monasteries served as Europe's primary centers of learning, preserving texts that would otherwise have been lost. When these institutions declined or were dissolved, their collections frequently ended up in Vatican storage. This means the archives likely contain scientific treatises, mathematical proofs, engineering diagrams, and technological innovations that predate their supposed discovery by centuries. The Vatican's approach to archaeological discoveries adds another layer of mystery. The Church has funded excavations worldwide, often in locations tied to biblical narratives or early Christian history. The artifacts and documents recovered from these sites rarely appear in public museums or academic publications. They simply vanish into the Vatican's vast storage network, their existence known only through financial records and shipping manifests. Recent technological advances have put pressure on the Vatican's traditional secrecy. Digital scanning could preserve fragile documents while making them accessible to researchers worldwide, yet the Vatican has consistently chosen selective digitization, releasing only materials that support established historical narratives while keeping potentially controversial items restricted. The archive's influence extends beyond historical research. Governments have consulted Vatican documents when resolving territorial disputes, seeking records that predate modern nation-states. Intelligence agencies have requested access to wartime communications that might resolve questions about covert operations. In each case, the Vatican's response follows the same pattern: limited cooperation with extensive restrictions on what can be examined and published. The true measure of the archive's significance lies not in what has been revealed, but in what remains hidden. Each carefully controlled release of information serves as a reminder that vast repositories of human knowledge remain locked away, accessible only to a select few who determine what the world is ready to know. The Vatican's secret archives represent more than a collection of old documents. They embody the power of controlled information, the careful curation of human history, and the tantalizing possibility that our understanding of the past remains deliberately incomplete. In those 53 miles of shelving, surrounded by Renaissance walls and protected by modern security systems, lie answers to questions we may not even know to ask. Oak Island's hidden treasure. For over 2 centuries, teams of treasure hunters have descended upon a small island off the coast of Nova Scotia. Armed with the latest technology, bottomless determination, and an unwavering belief that something extraordinary lies buried beneath their feet, Oak Island has consumed fortunes, claimed lives, and shattered dreams, yet the digging continues. The obsession began in 1795, when 16-year-old Daniel McGuinness noticed strange lights flickering across the water from the mainland. Curiosity led him to row across to Oak Island the following morning, where he discovered a circular depression in the ground beneath an old oak tree. Scarred rope marks on the tree's overhanging branch suggested something heavy had been lowered into the earth below. McGuinness convinced two friends to help him dig. 3 feet down, they hit a layer of flagstones. 6 feet deeper, oak planks blocked their path. At 10 feet, more planks. The pattern continued every 10 feet, creating what locals would eventually call the money pit. But these teenagers lacked the resources to dig deeper, and the mystery lay dormant for years. In 1804, the Onslow Company took over the excavation. They confirmed the layered construction and discovered something peculiar at the 90-foot mark, a stone tablet covered in mysterious symbols. Local folklore claims the decoded message read, 40 feet below, 2 million pounds lie buried. The company pressed on, but when they returned the next morning, the pit had flooded with seawater. Every attempt to drain the water failed. The sea seemed to rush back in, faster than it could be pumped out. Engineers eventually discovered why. Whoever had constructed the money pit had also built an ingenious flood tunnel system connecting the pit to Smith's Cove, 500 feet away. The beach there revealed itself to be artificial, constructed with layers of coconut fiber, beach stones, and clay. When the tide rose, water flowed through this underground network, keeping the pit perpetually flooded. The engineering required for such a feat staggered experts. Creating a functional flood tunnel system would have required knowledge of hydraulics, precise surveying, and enormous manpower. Yet historical records show no evidence of such a massive construction project on Oak Island. Whoever built this system possessed both advanced technical knowledge and powerful motivation to protect whatever lay hidden below. Franklin Roosevelt himself became fascinated with Oak Island's mystery. In 1909, before his political career began, he invested in the Old Gold Salvage and Wrecking Company's excavation efforts. Roosevelt maintained his interest throughout his presidency, following updates from the island, and even planning to visit personally if his presidential duties allowed. The theories surrounding Oak Island's treasure span centuries and continents. Some believe it contains Captain William Kidd's pirate treasure, hidden during his final desperate voyage. Others point to the Knights Templar, suggesting the pit holds religious artifacts smuggled out of France during the order's persecution. The timing aligns intriguingly. The Templars' dissolution in 1307 would have provided both motive and opportunity to hide their most precious possessions in the New World. More ambitious theories propose the pit contains Marie Antoinette's jewels, spirited away during the French Revolution, or even the lost manuscripts of William Shakespeare. Each theory finds support in fragments of evidence discovered over the decades, pieces of parchment, metal fragments, and wooden structures that seem to confirm human activity far below ground. Modern excavation has revealed compelling physical evidence. Core samples have brought up pieces of china, metal, and what appears to be parchment. In 1976, a camera lowered into the pit captured images that some interpreted as chests, tools, and even a human hand. The footage remains disputed, with skeptics arguing the shapes could be natural rock formations or debris from previous excavations. The island's complicated geology adds another layer to the mystery. Oak Island sits atop a bed of anhydrite, a mineral that dissolves in water and creates natural underground caverns. Some researchers argue this explains the flooding issues and mysterious underground chambers. Yet the artificial beach at Smith's Cove and the precisely engineered flood tunnels suggest human intervention rather than natural phenomenon. Carbon dating of materials found deep in the pit has produced dates ranging from 1680 to 1740, supporting the theory that someone was indeed active on the island during the golden age of piracy. But the sophisticated engineering required seems to exceed what most pirate crews could have accomplished, especially given the remote location and logistical challenges. The island has yielded other puzzles beyond the money pit. A lead cross discovered in 1981 bears resemblance to those carried by medieval Templars. Coconut fiber found throughout the island's underground chambers originated from tropical regions, despite Oak Island's location in the cold North Atlantic. Stone formations discovered in recent years appear to be deliberately arranged, creating patterns that some interpret as medieval in origin. Perhaps most intriguingly, ground-penetrating radar has detected large voids deep beneath the island, suggesting chambers that have never been accessed. These voids appear too regular to be natural formations, implying human construction on a scale that challenges conventional understanding of the island's history. The human cost of Oak Island's mystery continues to mount. 6 people have died during excavation attempts, and local legend claims the treasure won't be found until 7 have perished. The financial toll reaches into the millions, with generation after generation of treasure hunters mortgaging their futures for the chance to solve the puzzle. Yet the digging continues. The Lagina brothers, stars of the television series The Curse of Oak Island, have brought new technological approaches to the search. Ground-penetrating radar, advanced diving equipment, and sophisticated water management systems have revealed new chambers and artifacts. But the ultimate treasure remains elusive. What drives this centuries-long obsession? Perhaps it's the certainty that something lies beneath Oak Island's surface. The engineering evidence, the historical artifacts, and the deliberate construction of flood systems all point to human activity with serious intent. Someone invested enormous resources to hide something valuable, and that something waits in the darkness below. The mystery of Oak Island persists because it represents more than buried treasure. It embodies humanity's eternal hope that the past holds secrets worth discovering, that patient effort can unlock the impossible, and that beneath our feet lie answers to questions we've only begun to ask. The Dogu figurines. For over a century, archaeologists have been pulling strange clay figures from the soil of ancient Japan, and nobody can agree on what they're supposed to represent. The Dogu figurines date back 15,000 years, yet they display features that seem almost alien to the human form. Wide goggle-like eyes, bulbous helmets, and intricate patterns that cover their bodies like some kind of protective suit. The Japanese word dogu simply means clay figure, but that clinical definition hardly captures the mystery these objects present. When you hold one of these figurines, you're touching something that predates recorded history by millennia. The oldest specimens were crafted during the Jomon period, when Japan was inhabited by hunter-gatherer societies that supposedly lacked the organizational complexity for elaborate religious systems. Yet here we have thousands of these carefully constructed figures, each one unique, each one suggesting a sophisticated understanding of form and symbolism that challenges our assumptions about prehistoric Japanese culture. The most unsettling aspect of the dogu isn't their age, though. It's their appearance. These figures consistently display features that don't match any known human physiological characteristics. Their eyes are enormous, often taking up a third of the face, and they're perfectly round with deep recesses that suggest some kind of viewing apparatus. The heads are frequently oversized, sometimes accounting for half the figure's total height. Many specimens show what appears to be clothing or armor with geometric patterns that follow no decorative tradition found elsewhere in Jomon artifacts. Dr. Wadamouse, Artifacts. Kenji Matsumoto, one of Japan's leading experts on Jomon culture, spent 40 years studying these figurines before admitting that their purpose remains completely opaque. In his final paper on the subject, he wrote that the dogu represent an artistic tradition that appears to have emerged fully formed, with no clear developmental progression and no obvious cultural precedent. That's archaeological language for saying they came out of nowhere. The distribution of these figures across Japan adds another layer to the mystery. They've been found on every major island, in locations separated by hundreds of miles, yet they maintain consistent characteristics that suggest a shared cultural understanding. During the Jomon period, these communities had no known system of long-distance communication or trade that would account for such uniformity. The figures appear to represent a common concept or entity that was recognized across vast distances and maintained its essential characteristics for thousands of years. What makes this even more intriguing is the apparent ritualistic treatment of these figures. Nearly every dogu discovered has been intentionally broken, not damaged through time or accident, but deliberately destroyed in what appears to be a systematic manner. The breaks are clean, often following the figure's natural joints, and the pieces are frequently buried in separate locations. This suggests the breaking wasn't vandalism, but part of whatever ritual or ceremony these figures were designed for. Some researchers propose that the dogu were used in healing rituals, where the breaking of the figure was meant to transfer illness or misfortune away from a person. The oversized eyes and elaborate costumes would then represent spiritual beings capable of accepting and neutralizing negative influences. There's some merit to this theory, given that many specimens show wear patterns consistent with repeated handling, and they're often found near what appear to be ritual sites. But the healing theory doesn't explain the technological precision of many figures. Some dogu display intricate patterns that required sophisticated tools to create, tools that shouldn't have existed in prehistoric Japan. The geometric designs aren't random decorations, but follow mathematical principles that suggest an understanding of proportion and symmetry that matches much later artistic traditions. The clay composition itself shows evidence of techniques that weren't supposed to be developed until the advent of formal pottery schools centuries later. Then there's the question of the figure's inspiration. What were these ancient artists trying to reproduce? The consistency across different regions and time periods suggests they weren't working from imagination, but from some kind of shared reference. The goggle-like eyes, the bulbous helmets, the geometric body patterns, these elements appear with such regularity that they must have represented something specific, something that multiple generations of artists felt compelled to recreate with careful attention to detail. The most controversial interpretation comes from researchers who notice similarities between dogu characteristics and modern descriptions of protective equipment. The helmet-like headgear, the pattern-covered bodysuits, the oversized viewing apparatus, these elements bear an uncomfortable resemblance to hazmat suits or spacesuits. The geometric patterns could represent life support systems, control panels, or structural elements of some kind of protective gear. This interpretation gains some credibility when you consider that the Jomon period coincided with significant environmental changes in Japan. Volcanic activity was intense, sea levels were shifting, and the climate was undergoing dramatic fluctuations. If the dogu represent protective equipment, they might be depicting beings who could survive in harsh environmental conditions, perhaps serving as spiritual guardians or technological guides for communities facing ecological challenges. The intentional breaking of the figures takes on new meaning under this interpretation. Rather than transferring illness, the destruction might represent the completion of a protective ritual, the release of stored spiritual energy, or the symbolic activation of whatever technological or supernatural properties these figures were believed to possess. What's certain is that the dogu represent a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that predates most known examples of complex symbolic thinking. They suggest that prehistoric Japanese communities had developed elaborate belief systems, sophisticated artistic techniques, and possibly even technological knowledge that has been lost to time. The figures stand as testimony to human creativity and spiritual complexity that existed long before the development of written language or formal religious institutions. Whatever inspired these ancient artists to create thousands of nearly identical figures across centuries and vast distances, the influence was powerful enough to maintain its hold on Japanese culture for over 10,000 years. The dogu remain silent witnesses to a chapter of human history that we're only beginning to understand, their goggle-like eyes staring back at us across millennia, holding secrets that may never be fully revealed. The Baigong Pipes. Deep in the Qinghai province of China, where the Tibetan plateau meets the sky, stands Mount Baigong, a place where geology professor Zheng Jiandong made a discovery in 1996 that would challenge everything we understand about ancient human capability. What he found weren't fossils or mineral deposits, but something far more perplexing, a network of metallic pipes, perfectly circular, embedded in rock formations that predate known human civilization by tens of thousands of years. The discovery began with local shepherds who had long spoken of strange formations near Tosan Lake, a saltwater body so remote that few outsiders had ever documented its shores. When Zheng finally reached the site, he encountered 3 caves carved into the mountainside. The largest cave, roughly 6 meters deep, contained what appeared to be a sophisticated piping system. Dozens of pipes, ranging from toothpick thin to 40 centimeters in diameter, penetrated the cave walls and floor with mechanical precision. But the pipes didn't stop at the cave entrance. They continued underground, following the mountain's contours toward the lake itself. Some emerged from the rocky lakeshore, extending into the water with the same methodical arrangement. Others surfaced at seemingly random points across the landscape, creating a pattern that defied natural explanation. The Beijing Institute of Geology analyzed samples from these structures and confirmed what Zheng had suspected. The pipes were indeed metallic, composed primarily of iron oxide with traces of silicon dioxide and calcium oxide. The composition itself wasn't extraordinary. What baffled researchers was the manufacturing precision. These weren't crude metal deposits or natural mineral formations. They were engineered with tolerances that suggested advanced metallurgical knowledge. Carbon dating of organic material found within the pipes produced results that deepened the mystery. The tests indicated an age of approximately 150,000 years, placing their creation in a time when, according to conventional archaeology, humans were still developing basic tool-making skills. The implications were staggering. Either our understanding of human technological development was fundamentally flawed, or something else had been at work on the Tibetan plateau. Dr. Lu Shaolin, a geologist who spent months studying the site, noted something equally puzzling about the pipes' distribution. They weren't randomly scattered, but followed what appeared to be a deliberate pattern, as if designed to channel or transport something specific. The pipes that extended into Tosan Lake seemed particularly purposeful, their openings positioned at precise depths and angles that suggested hydraulic engineering principles. The local Tibetan population had their own explanations, passed down through generations of oral tradition. They spoke of the mountain as a place where ancient masters had built machines to speak with the heavens. Some described it as a launching point for metal birds that carried messages to distant realms. While these stories might seem like folklore, they contained engineering details that proved surprisingly accurate when compared to the physical structures themselves. In 2003, a team of Chinese researchers attempted to extract larger samples for more comprehensive analysis. What they discovered added another layer to the enigma. The pipes showed signs of sophisticated manufacturing techniques, including what appeared to be deliberate alloying processes. The metal composition varied systematically along the length of each pipe, suggesting someone had intentionally modified the material properties for specific functions. International attention brought additional scrutiny. European metallurgists who examined the samples confirmed the unusual manufacturing signatures but couldn't identify the specific processes used. Dr. Heinrich Keller, a specialist in ancient metalworking techniques, noted that the pipes displayed characteristics associated with powder metallurgy, a process not developed by mainstream civilization until the 20th century. The geological context presented its own puzzle. The rock formations surrounding the pipes showed no signs of excavation or construction disturbance. The pipes appeared to be integral to the mountain itself, as if they had been placed there before the rock had fully formed. This suggested either an impossible timeline or manufacturing capabilities that exceeded anything in the archaeological record. Alternative theories began to emerge. Some researchers proposed that the pipes were remnants of an unknown ancient civilization that had achieved remarkable technological sophistication before disappearing from history. Others suggested natural processes that might create pipe-like formations, though no known geological mechanism could account for the metallic composition and manufacturing precision. The most intriguing aspect of the Beigong pipes might be their apparent purposefulness. Unlike random mineral deposits or accidental formations, these structures seem designed to accomplish something specific. The way they connect the mountain caves to the lake, their systematic sizing, and their precise placement all point to intentional engineering rather than natural coincidence. Recent investigations using ground-penetrating radar have revealed that the pipe network extends much farther than initially suspected. Underground connections link the visible structures across several kilometers, creating what appears to be a comprehensive system rather than isolated installations. The full scope of this network remains largely unexplored, hidden beneath layers of earth and rock that have accumulated over millennia. The Chinese government has restricted access to the site, citing both environmental protection and the need for proper archaeological protocols. This has limited independent research, but hasn't diminished international interest in understanding what the pipes might represent. The few scientists who have gained access continue to document new aspects of the system, each discovery adding to the complexity rather than providing clear answers. What makes the Beigong pipes particularly compelling is their resistance to conventional explanation. They're too sophisticated to be natural formations, too ancient to fit established technological timelines, and too purposeful to be dismissed as anomalies. They represent a tangible challenge to our understanding of human history and technological development. As investigations continue, the pipes remain exactly what they were when Professor Zheng first encountered them, evidence of something extraordinary that occurred in humanity's distant past. Whether they represent lost civilization, unknown natural processes, or something else entirely, they continue to whisper questions that our current knowledge cannot answer. The shepherds still tend their flocks near Mount Baigong, carrying forward stories their ancestors told about the mountain where metal dreams were buried in stone, waiting for someone to remember what they were meant to accomplish. The Temple of Jupiter. When engineers examine the foundation stones of Baalbek's ancient temples, their calculations reveal an unsettling truth. The largest trilithon blocks weigh nearly 800 tons each. Modern cranes strain to lift 400 tons under perfect conditions, yet these monuments stand exactly where Roman architects placed them 2 millennia ago. The temple complex dedicated to Jupiter Optimus Maximus rises from Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, like a testament to forgotten capabilities. Its foundation stones, some measuring 64 feet in length, rest in perfect alignment, joints so precise that not even a knife blade slips between them. The Romans called this place Heliopolis, the city of the sun. They built upon even older foundations, layers of construction that stretch back into prehistory. What troubles researchers isn't simply the size of these stones, it's how they were moved. The quarry lies a quarter-mile away, and the path between includes a slope that would challenge modern equipment. The trilithon blocks sit 20 feet above ground level, positioned with millimeter accuracy. Each stone required not just lifting, but precise placement while supporting the weight of the structure above. Dr. Jean-Pierre Adam, a leading expert in ancient construction techniques, spent years studying Baalbek's mysteries. His analysis of the site revealed tool marks that suggest sophisticated lifting mechanisms, yet no evidence of the massive ramps that would typically be required. The Romans documented their engineering feats meticulously, but their records fall silent when describing how these particular stones were positioned. The mystery deepens when examining the stone of the pregnant woman, a carved block that remained in the quarry. This monolith weighs an estimated 1,000 tons and shows clear signs of preparation for transport. Roman stoneworkers had cut it free from the bedrock, shaped its edges, and somehow planned to move it. The stone sits there still, abandoned mid-process, as if the project suddenly stopped. Local traditions speak of giants who placed the stones in a single night, but the archaeological evidence suggests a more complex timeline. The earliest construction appears to date back 4,000 years, during the Bronze Age. The Romans built upon this foundation, but they didn't create its most impressive elements. They inherited them. Professor Klaus Schmidt, who revolutionized our understanding of ancient construction at Göbekli Tepe, visited Baalbek in 2010. His assessment was characteristically direct. The precision and scale suggested knowledge we haven't yet recovered. The ancient builders understood weight distribution, leverage systems, and structural engineering at a level that challenges our assumptions about technological progress. The Roman additions to the site are impressive, but clearly distinguishable from the megalithic foundation. Roman stonework, while skilled, shows the expected variations in joint width and surface finishing. The trilithon blocks display a different standard entirely: surfaces that appear almost machined, joints that seem fused rather than simply fitted. Modern attempts to replicate the construction have met with limited success. In 2014, a team of engineers used computer modeling to design a crane system capable of lifting the trilithon blocks. Their theoretical solution required a 900-ton crane and assumed perfect conditions. The question remains, how did ancient builders accomplish this without modern hydraulics and steel? The temple's acoustic properties add another layer to its mystery. The structure amplifies certain frequencies while dampening others, creating distinct sound patterns throughout the complex. These acoustic effects appear designed rather than accidental, suggesting the builders understood principles of resonance and sound transmission that wouldn't be formally described until the Renaissance. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the mortar has yielded inconsistent results, with some samples suggesting construction periods separated by centuries. This has led some researchers to propose multiple building phases, each adding to the existing structure. Yet the seamless integration of different construction periods would itself represent a remarkable achievement. The mathematical precision of the temple's layout reflects advanced understanding of geometry and astronomy. The structure aligns with celestial events, and its proportions follow relationships that wouldn't be codified until classical Greek mathematics. The builders worked with measurements that suggest a sophisticated system of standards and calculations. Contemporary Roman accounts describe Baalbek as a place of wonder, but they focus on the religious ceremonies rather than the construction methods. Pliny the Elder mentioned the temple's grandeur, but offered no explanation for how it was built. Even Roman engineers, who left detailed records of their other projects, seemed unable to explain the foundations upon which they built. The site's strategic importance throughout history reflects its mysterious nature. Romans, Arabs, Crusaders, and Ottomans all recognized Baalbek's significance, yet none left records explaining its most impressive features. Each civilization added their own elements while preserving the megalithic core. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have revealed additional structures beneath the known foundations. These underground chambers appear to follow the same precise construction standards as the visible temple complex. The full extent of the site remains unknown, with new discoveries regularly challenging previous assumptions about its scale and purpose. The tools required for shaping stones of this magnitude would have been massive themselves. Traditional Roman quarrying techniques used bronze and iron tools, but the hardness of Baalbek's stones suggests more advanced methods. Some researchers have proposed the use of sophisticated chemical treatments or heating techniques that have been lost to history. The question of motivation remains as puzzling as the methods. Why invest such enormous resources in construction that exceeded practical requirements? The temple certainly impressed visitors, but the effort involved suggests purposes beyond mere display. The builders committed to achieving something that pushed the boundaries of what was possible. Today, the Temple of Jupiter stands as a challenge to linear narratives of technological development. Its existence suggests that ancient capabilities may have exceeded our current understanding, or that certain knowledge was lost during historical transitions. The stones themselves remain the most reliable witnesses to methods that history has forgotten. The mystery of Baalbek's construction continues to inspire new theories and investigations. Each study reveals additional complexities, while the fundamental question persists. How did ancient builders accomplish what modern engineering finds difficult to replicate? The answer may reshape our understanding of human capability and the paths of technological progress. The Legend of El Dorado. When Spanish conquistador Sebastián de Benalcázar first heard whispers of El Hombre Dorado in 1536, he dismissed them as native folklore designed to mislead foreign invaders. The Golden Man, they called him, a king so wealthy that he covered his entire body in gold dust for sacred ceremonies. Benalcázar had spent enough time in the New World to know that indigenous stories often contained kernels of truth, wrapped in layers of spiritual metaphor. But then the details started accumulating. Multiple tribes, separated by hundreds of miles and speaking entirely different languages, told remarkably similar versions of the same tale. A sacred lake high in the mountains, a ruler who emerged from its waters transformed into living gold, offerings of emeralds and precious metals cast into the depths during elaborate rituals that lasted for days. The Spanish called it El Dorado, and for the next 4 centuries, it would consume the lives and fortunes of explorers, treasure hunters, and entire expeditions. Lake Guatavita sits 3,100 meters above sea level in the Colombian Andes, perfectly circular, dark as obsidian, and surrounded by peaks that seem to guard its secrets. When Spanish chroniclers finally reached the lake in 1969, they found something that validated those centuries-old indigenous accounts. The Muisca people had indeed performed elaborate ceremonies here, and their ruler had covered himself in gold dust before diving into the sacred waters. Archaeological evidence from the lakebed tells a story of unimaginable wealth. Between 1965 and 1969, marine archaeologists recovered over 1,200 gold and silver artifacts from just the accessible portions of the lake. Intricate figurines, ceremonial vessels, jewelry crafted with techniques that modern goldsmiths struggle to replicate. The estimated value of these recovered items exceeded $200 million, and experts believe they represent less than 5% of what remains submerged. But the physical evidence raises more questions than it answers. Analysis of the recovered gold reveals alloy compositions that don't match any known pre-Columbian mining operations in the region. The source of this gold remains unidentified. Some pieces contain trace elements found only in deposits located over 800 kilometers away, suggesting trade networks of staggering complexity and reach. The Muisca possessed no written language, yet their oral traditions preserve detailed accounts of these ceremonies across generations with remarkable accuracy. They described the ritual of El Dorado as occurring only during specific astronomical alignments. The new ruler would fast for weeks, covering his body in tree resin, before apprentices dusted him with gold powder. At dawn, he would paddle to the center of the lake on a ceremonial raft, accompanied by 4 chiefs bearing offerings of emeralds, gold, and precious stones. In 1969, Colombian authorities drained Lake Guatavita to facilitate archaeological excavation. The operation revealed a truth that stunned researchers. The lake bed contained a layer of artifacts nearly 2 meters thick in some areas. Centuries of ceremonies had transformed the bottom of the lake into what could only be described as an underwater treasury. The gold recovered during this single excavation exceeded the annual production of several modern mining operations, yet the mystery deepened when laboratory analysis began. Carbon dating of organic materials found alongside the artifacts suggested the ceremonies had continued for over 600 years. The mathematical precision required to maintain such consistent ritual practices across generations, without written records, defied conventional understanding of pre-Columbian societies. The Spanish conquistadors who first documented these accounts described cities of gold, temples with walls that gleamed like mirrors, and entire populations adorned with precious metals. Many historians dismissed these descriptions as the exaggerated fantasies of men driven mad by greed. But recent archaeological discoveries in the region have uncovered urban settlements of remarkable sophistication, advanced water management systems, astronomical observatories, workshop complexes that show evidence of large-scale metallurgical operations. The most intriguing discovery came in 1988, when road construction near Bogotá uncovered a cache of gold artifacts unlike anything previously found in the region. The pieces displayed a level of craftsmanship that suggested access to tools and techniques that exceeded known pre-Columbian capabilities. Electron microscopy revealed surface treatments that required temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. The Muisca had no known methods for achieving such temperatures. Modern treasure hunters continue to search for El Dorado, but they're looking for the wrong thing. The legend was never about a city of gold. It was about a civilization that possessed resources and knowledge that seem impossible given our understanding of pre-Columbian technology. The Muisca achieved metallurgical accomplishments that challenge fundamental assumptions about ancient American societies. Satellite imagery has revealed geometric patterns in the landscape around Lake Guatavita that weren't visible to ground-based observers. These formations suggest extensive modification of the natural terrain, engineering projects that would have required sophisticated planning and massive labor coordination. The scale of these constructions rivals contemporary European achievements, yet they remain largely unstudied. The tragedy of El Dorado lies not in its mythical nature, but in its historical reality. Spanish conquistadors destroyed much of the evidence in their frantic search for treasure. Entire cities were dismantled, their stones used to build colonial structures. Indigenous knowledge keepers were killed or dispersed. The sophisticated understanding of metallurgy, astronomy, and engineering that created the wealth of El Dorado vanished within generations. Recent expeditions to remote areas of the Colombian highlands have uncovered additional sites that bear similarities to the Muisca ceremonial complexes. Ground-penetrating radar has identified structures beneath centuries of vegetation growth. Initial excavations have revealed workshop areas containing tools and materials that suggest metalworking operations of industrial scale. The legend of El Dorado represents something more significant than lost treasure. It points to a pre-Columbian civilization that achieved technological capabilities that modern science struggles to explain. The golden man who emerged from the sacred lake was not a myth, but a representative of knowledge and resources that disappeared when two worlds collided. Lake Guatavita still guards its secrets. Colombian authorities estimate that 80% of the artifacts remain submerged, protected by the lake's depth and the impracticality of complete excavation. The golden civilization that inspired centuries of exploration continues to rest beneath those dark waters, waiting for technologies advanced enough to recover its remaining treasures without destroying the archaeological context that makes them meaningful. The real El Dorado was never lost. It was simply forgotten, transformed by time and conquest into legend when the truth proved too extraordinary to preserve. Alien contact in Wa. When Allied bombers encountered glowing orbs over the skies of Germany in 1944, military intelligence classified them as enemy technology. The pilots called them Foo Fighters, mysterious spheres of light that seemed to dance around their aircraft, immune to gunfire, unaffected by evasive maneuvers. What the military didn't anticipate was that German pilots were reporting the exact same phenomena, equally convinced these objects belonged to the enemy. The war files from both sides tell a story that doesn't fit the narrative either government wanted to preserve. Lieutenant Donald Myers, flying his P-51 Mustang over the Rhine Valley, logged 17 separate encounters with objects that moved with impossible acceleration, turning at angles that should have torn apart any known aircraft. His wingman, Captain Robert Hoffman, described lights that seemed to respond to our presence, approaching when we held formation, retreating when we broke away. German ace pilot Hans-Joachim Marseille, before his death in 1942, filed reports with the Luftwaffe describing silvery discs that traveled at speeds we cannot match, performing maneuvers that defy every principle of aerodynamics. The German High Command initially dismissed these reports as fatigue-induced hallucinations, but the consistency across multiple pilots, different squadrons, and various theaters of operation demanded attention. The most compelling evidence emerges from the 415th Night Fighter Squadron's mission logs. Between November 1944 and February 1945, 23 separate crews reported contact with unidentified aerial phenomena. These weren't fleeting glimpses or questionable radar signatures, they were prolonged encounters, sometimes lasting 15 to 20 minutes, with objects that demonstrated flight characteristics beyond any known technology. Staff Sergeant William Clark, a radar operator stationed in the Pacific Theater, documented objects approaching Allied formations at speeds exceeding 1,200 miles per hour, impossible for any aircraft of that era. His logs, declassified in 1978, reveal a pattern of encounters that military brass couldn't explain and chose not to investigate further. The objects appeared on radar, ruled out atmospheric anomalies, yet behaved unlike anything in the known arsenal of any nation. The phenomenon wasn't limited to pilots. Ground crews at bases across Europe reported strange lights hovering over airfields, sometimes for hours. Technical Sergeant James Morrison, stationed at an Allied base in England, witnessed what he described as a craft the size of a football field, completely silent, moving at walking pace just above the runway lights. His account, corroborated by 6 other servicemen, was buried in classified files for decades. Perhaps most intriguing are the accounts from the Eastern Front. Soviet pilots, operating under a military culture that severely punished reports of unexplained phenomena, somehow managed to document encounters with objects that Soviet intelligence couldn't identify. Major Ivan Petrov, flying a Yakovlev Yak-9 over Stalingrad, reported an object that followed our formation for 30 kilometers, maintaining perfect distance regardless of our speed or altitude changes. The timeline of these encounters reveals a pattern that challenges conventional explanations. Reports intensified during major offensive operations, the D-Day landings, the Battle of the Bulge, the final push into Germany. As if something was observing humanity's largest conflict, documenting our capacity for both destruction and technological innovation. What makes these wartime accounts particularly credible is their consistency across language barriers, military cultures, and enemy lines. Allied, Axis, and Soviet forces all reported similar phenomena, using remarkably similar descriptions, despite having no communication with each other. Glowing spheres, disc-shaped objects, silent flight, impossible maneuvers. The details align across testimonies from pilots who never met, fighting for opposing sides. The official response reveals as much as the sightings themselves. The United States military created Project Sign in 1948, specifically tasked with investigating unidentified aerial phenomena. The timing, just 3 years after the war's end, suggests these wartime encounters played a significant role in government interest. The project's classified status and subsequent evolution into Project Blue Book indicates the military took these reports seriously, despite public dismissals. British intelligence followed a similar path. The Ministry of Defense established the Flying Saucer Working Party in 1950, tasked with evaluating reports that included extensive wartime documentation. Their conclusions, partially declassified in 1997, acknowledged that a significant percentage of wartime aerial encounters remain unexplained by conventional means. Soviet archives, opened briefly in the 1990s, revealed that the USSR conducted its own investigation into wartime anomalies. Documents from the Committee for State Security suggest Soviet leadership believed these encounters represented advanced technology from an unknown source, possibly extraterrestrial in origin. The technology described in these wartime reports shares characteristics with modern UFO encounters: silent propulsion, instantaneous acceleration, sharp angle turns without apparent inertia effects. Yet these accounts predate the modern UFO era by several years, originating from military personnel with extensive training in aircraft identification and aerial combat. What's particularly striking is the behavior of these objects during combat situations. Multiple accounts describe the phenomena as observational rather than hostile. They approached military formations, but never attacked, maintained distance from defensive fire, and seemed to study rather than interfere with military operations. The geopolitical implications troubled military leadership on all sides. If these objects represented advanced technology from an enemy nation, it suggested a significant intelligence failure. If they originated from an unknown source, it challenged fundamental assumptions about human technological supremacy and planetary security. The wartime encounters also correlate with the development of humanity's most destructive weapons. The first atomic bomb detonated in July 1945, yet unidentified aerial phenomena had been observing military operations for months prior. The timing suggests these encounters might have been connected to humanity's leap toward nuclear capability. Today, these wartime accounts exist in a strange historical limbo. Military historians acknowledge them but struggle to incorporate them into conventional narratives. The witnesses, pilots, radar operators, ground crews, maintain their accounts throughout their lives, despite official skepticism and career risks. The truth about these wartime encounters may lie buried in classified files that won't see daylight for decades, but the testimonies of those who served, who witnessed something beyond their understanding while defending their nations, continue to challenge our assumptions about what shared the skies during humanity's darkest hour. The Great Sphinx of Giza. 3 cutting-edge surveys using ground-penetrating radar have detected the same anomaly beneath the Sphinx's paws, hollow chambers that archaeologists aren't permitted to explore. The Great Sphinx of Giza sits in silent contempt of our assumptions, weathered by millennia, yet defiant in its refusal to surrender its secrets. For over 4,000 years, this limestone colossus has gazed eastward toward the rising sun, and for just as long, we've been asking the wrong questions about what it represents. The conventional narrative places the Sphinx's creation around 2500 BCE, carved from a single piece of bedrock during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre. The evidence seems straightforward. The nearby pyramid bears his name, the face appears to match his likeness, and the timeline fits neatly into our understanding of the 4th dynasty. But geology tells a different story entirely. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, spent years examining the weathering patterns on the Sphinx's body. What he found shouldn't exist, if our dating is correct. The deep vertical fissures carved into the limestone aren't the result of wind erosion, as you'd expect in a desert environment. They're the unmistakable signature of prolonged water exposure, heavy, sustained rainfall that carved these channels over thousands of years. The last time the Giza Plateau experienced that kind of precipitation was before 7000 BCE, pushing the Sphinx's origins back into a period when mainstream archaeology insists no civilization possessed the capability to create such monuments. The implications ripple outward, like cracks in our understanding of human development. Dr. Schoch's findings sparked fierce debate within archaeological circles. Critics argued that other factors could explain the erosion patterns, that his geological analysis overlooked crucial details about limestone weathering in desert conditions. Yet subsequent studies have only strengthened his conclusions. The rock layers tell a story that doesn't align with our historical timeline. The mystery deepens when you examine the Sphinx's proportions. The head, carved from harder limestone, appears disproportionately small compared to the massive body. Many researchers now believe the current human head is actually a later modification, carved from what was originally a much larger lion's head. This would explain both the size discrepancy and why the supposed likeness to Khafre remains so heavily debated. If the head was indeed recarved, it raises profound questions about the monument's original purpose and appearance. What civilization created a colossal lion overlooking the Nile Valley, thousands of years before the pharaohs? What knowledge did they possess that we've lost to time? The Hall of Records legend adds another layer to the enigma. Edgar Cayce, the famous psychic, claimed that ancient Atlanteans sealed chambers beneath the Sphinx containing records of their lost civilization. While Cayce's sources were hardly scientific, the idea of hidden chambers has proven remarkably persistent. Multiple surveys using different technologies have detected anomalies in the bedrock beneath and around the monument. In 1991, seismic equipment identified a large rectangular chamber about 25 feet beneath the Sphinx's front paws. Similar readings appeared near the monument's south side. These weren't natural geological formations, but clearly artificial voids within the limestone. The Egyptian authorities have consistently refused permission for excavation, citing concerns about structural damage to the monument. The restriction feels particularly strange, given Egypt's general enthusiasm for archaeological discoveries that boost tourism. The Sphinx attracts millions of visitors annually, and confirming the existence of hidden chambers would only increase that draw. The continued prohibition suggests either legitimate engineering concerns or knowledge that certain discoveries might prove too disruptive to accepted historical narratives. Recent discoveries have added weight to theories about the Sphinx's extreme antiquity. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dated to around 9600 BCE, proved that sophisticated stone construction existed much earlier than previously thought. This site features massive carved pillars arranged in complex patterns, created by people we once assumed were simple hunter-gatherers. If such capabilities existed in ancient Turkey, why not in Egypt? The astronomical alignment offers another clue. The Sphinx faces due east, toward the point where the sun rises during the spring and autumn equinoxes, but its gaze also aligns perfectly with the constellation Leo, as it appeared on the eastern horizon around 10,500 BCE. This celestial coincidence becomes particularly intriguing when you consider that the monument may have originally been carved as a lion rather than the current human-headed hybrid. Ancient Egyptian texts themselves hint at the Sphinx's mysterious origins. The inventory stela, discovered near the Great Pyramid, describes Khufu ordering repairs to the Sphinx after it was damaged by lightning. This would make the monument older than Khufu's reign, contradicting the conventional dating that places its creation during his son Khafre's rule. While some scholars dispute the stela's authenticity, its implications remain troubling for standard chronologies. The Dream Stela, placed between the Sphinx's paws by Pharaoh Thutmose IV, around 1400 BCE, tells of the young prince falling asleep in the monument's shadow. The Sphinx appeared to him in a dream, identifying itself as Harmakis, the ancient sun god, and requesting that sand be cleared from around its body. Even in Thutmose's time, over 1,000 years after the supposed construction, the Sphinx was already ancient and mysterious. Chemical analysis of the limestone blocks used in repairs throughout history reveals another puzzle. The original stone shows different weathering characteristics than the restoration materials, suggesting exposure to environmental conditions that existed at different time periods. The pattern supports the theory of extreme age, with the core structure predating the historically documented repair work by thousands of years. The Sphinx continues to guard its secrets behind bureaucratic barriers and geological riddles. Those hollow chambers detected by radar remain unexplored, their contents unknown. The weathering patterns speak of ages when the Giza Plateau was green and wet, populated by civilizations that shouldn't have existed according to our current understanding. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the Sphinx mystery is how it challenges our assumptions about human development. If this monument truly dates to 10,500 BCE or earlier, it suggests that sophisticated civilizations rose and fell long before we thought possible, leaving behind only fragments of their achievements